Okay, maybe we'll manage to watch trailer then. So it started playing. Where are you going? Started playing while it was updating. Hey, Lizzie! I just started.
Lizzie0W0_ is raiding the trash with a party of things.
Hi, Lizzie! I didn't even have the moment to check my sound. I don't know how I sound. How are you? How was this game? The lizard raid. People have to make the message of their own, I see. How was the Five Nights at Freddy's? I don't know that game. This will log on screen. You have to forgive me. I need to log in. Pretty solid fun game. Solid. There was William Afton? Afton? Like solid snake. Who is the snake? Who is William Afton though? When you can't even say my name. Wait, why is guest timed out? Ah, team elements don't like symbols. Yeah, exactly. You do not know that lore. No, I don't like horror games. You be careful, Pesto. Oh yeah, try me. You wouldn't. I'm sorry about the bot. It just hates on people so much. The stream element just hates me. I blame Liz. So, is Lizzie going to sleep or something? Because it's like almost 12, but still 11:46 a.m. I shall go eat something. I'll be here in the shadows. Okay, thank you. Have a nice meal. You see, she's running away as the culprit. I feel like she may be running away because of our recent conversation in the chat. I still remember it as if it was yesterday. Thank you for the lurk. Let me check the quality of the sound. Checking the sound, checking the sound, checking the sound, checking the sound, checking the sound. Someone yesterday was trying to convince me that the mic is of a, how they say it? Of poop quality. Which later when I was watching the VOD, I did hear like little tiny cracks in the background, but they weren't really that hearable. It's hard to hear you clearly, you say. And why for me, when I'm checking on my phone, it sounds normal? I don't know. like that. Okay, now I can hear myself. Hello, 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 la 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 la. Hello. La 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 la. Okay. This one. La la. La la la. I am getting older. Is there any difference now? Now. For a while, I was adding filters, hoping that maybe they will like fix something. And I hear myself just fine. I don't get it. To be honest, I don't get it. I don't get how those mics work. I would have to create a new mic thingy and play with the filters. I was supposed to do it this morning, but then I realized I don't have Honkai Impact installed, the new version. I mean, and I was like, okay, so we are going to waste time on this. So now you have to suffer. You have to suffer because I hear myself just fine. I don't know what is wrong with the internet, but I am hearing myself just fine. Testing the sound, 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 testing the sound. Maybe it's just the mic was abused too much. Like I can even see dents in the mic because when I had issues with it, I hit it. So dented. Yeah, the old approach. Hit it if it doesn't work. We'll start working. As you want. Well, then the filters don't help. And I hear myself just perfectly. I don't know what's wrong. Oh. Going to play it again? This is like third time I see it. No, it's oh, and it stopped. It stopped! Started playing it and yeah, well, yeet!
Captain on bridge.
But we already played the trailer. You were just coming with the radio and it was playing. That wasn't ideal. Feel serious. That's true, you professional streamer. I'll make Nick good. I was actually trying to make Nick good yesterday using professional advice, but as you can see, nothing changed. What about this one? Because I was trying to set this one yesterday, but it doesn't work as I want it to work. It goes into the red and the entire bar becomes red when I'm just speaking normally. Can I go down like 10? Is it now okay? Or too quiet? Like this mic has a bit different filters because the other mic has those Regate standalone and Reafir standalone filters. And I was kind of yesterday thinking if they are cutting sounds too much because they are set to cut out the external noises. Like, for example, my fan in my laptop making noises, me making noises like this. So it kind of, when it's set to cut those noises, it kind of can cut my voice too. Is it really that much of a difference? Now I have to check it myself. It's not that I don't trust you. I just need to hear it. Yeah, I need to hear it just by myself. I need to hear it by myself. You know what? You were right. The other one sounds as if I was behind a glass wall a bit. Yeah, I can hear the difference now. I couldn't hear the one I had like enabled the hearing myself feature. But now that I said the same sentence twice, one on each mic, I can hear the difference. Before it was like Japaleno only, one tone, but now it has layers, just like onions. Can you hear it now? I mean, yeah, I was setting this mic yesterday, so it has all the filters set. Though I didn't really have like time to play with it properly, like compressor and expander and are not set correctly. I have like compressor set to 0 dB. I don't remember if compressor was the one that was cutting the external sounds or expander. Expander, I think, was for the loud sound. So if you are screaming, you could use the expander to kind of choose how it will be sounding. And compressor was for the low sounds, like when you speak very, very quietly. I set it to 0 because the sounds I was making on my laptop were really loud. Okay, so if you like this mic better, then we'll have this. Finally, someone who could give me a proper kind of feedback when it comes to mic. Instead of telling, your mic is poop quality. Compressor is like loudness equalization. Like if there is parts too loud, it quiets down. But if it's too low, it loudens it. Yeah, I was like following a video. So the guy was like kind of using those two filters. The compressor and expander to regulate how quiet sounds sound, how much they're boosted, how much, and the other one to kind of limit how the loud sounds were sounding, but also how the background noises were visible. Let's say it like that. Ah! Oh no, I am again a returning player. Someone asked how long I am playing Honkai Impact first. Almost as long as I'm playing Genshin, which would be like 5 years at this point. When I started playing the game, Harsher of the Void was being given for free. It was 3rd anniversary, I think. Now it was 9th anniversary, so 6 years, I would say, around. I boosted it too much, you say. Does this make a difference? Or is it boosted even more? Because I am not hearing myself right now. I change it -10 to -25 on expander. Okay, so -10 was better. Okay, let's try with compressor. Hello? Hello? I feel like the sound is not boosted now correctly. It was 25. Now I'm putting it lower. This is 25 on compressor. This is 15 on the compressor. How does that sound? Boosted enough? Let's try 20. 20 is fine? Hmm? Like in between 15 and 25? La 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 la. Do you hear me now? Better than you. Do you hear me? Or do you hear me? Lo 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 lo. I am trying to speak, but I don't know what to speak about. That's why I stopped. Hello, great world. Do you hear me now? Do you hear me now or not? Is it good or is it bad? That was 20, by the way. Yay! See, you contributed to the stream. Retournee! I am not a retournee, I'm just lazy with logging in. I mean, let's do a cutout. Is there now any cutout still or not? I am saying sentences because I need to say something so you would hear me. Is there a cat? Is there a cat now? Now this is minus 10. Minus 10 is here. La 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 la. La 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 la. No, 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 minus 10, minus 10, my sentences are not ending well. Lo, 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 lo. The verdict? I don't understand that sentence. What does it mean, gradual volume going down? Okay, now I'm hearing myself, but it doesn't help much. Hello, phone? I need to see my stream on my phone. I could judge. Yeah, I was having 25 before because it was boosting my voice correctly. And does it sound better now or not? Like, I don't know how to, which of those filters is supposed to be the one that is cutting the sounds. I am speaking more, I am speaking less. There is now minus 10 and 25. Like before we changed it 25 to 20, now I changed it back to 25, but I left minus 10. I can't even tell you the names of the sliders I am changing because they're in my native and I don't know how they are in English. Okay. I believe you. My internet on phone is not working well. Now I am satisfied. That sounded like some kind of achievement. Ah, I know why we are being cut a bit. Because I also have Rafir standalone on this one. It just set to different tones, so not everything I say is being cut. Like the cut is done on like sounds like my chair squeaking or something. So it may be the one responsible for cutting still. But it will cut like the minimal noises, you know? The one that are like me and my chair doing whatever. That's a woo for me. Yay, good. Yay, yay. We set the mic correctly. Where is my achievement in game for setting the mic correctly? Twitch, give me some achievement for setting the mic correctly. Okay, claim. Wait, I didn't claim all the bonuses. Even. Oh, you can get Senadina for free? Cool. No, we played as far as chapter 11 of the part 2, so I need to play chapter 12 now. I already have Senadina, but I can get more of Senadina. BP system upgrade. I am actually happy that they stopped resetting those little thingies, because they kept resetting it and you couldn't really hoard enough as a free to play. Now I can kinda hoard them a bit. Use them for BP. Oh, part 2 is basically we are flying to Mars. Helia and Coralie are new Valkyries who are kinda like a proteges of Kiana, May, Bronya, and the rest of the Valkyries you know from the part 1. So they were sent on a mission to Mars because Kiana received some weird signal from Mars and we are investigating. And then Helia and Coralie fall into a cyberspace. Basically, they enter a supercomputer that apparently existed on Mars and enter a simulation in which, well, you can... I don't know if those are like simulated worlds or the simulation is like a gateway to bubble universes of Mars that survived. Because Mars used to have a civilization before. Apparently. Civilization that died. But there are like places that still exist, like Oksha and Langshu, like two bubble cities that are connected to each other. And I think like they exist kinda inside that simulation too, or simulation that's like adjacent. Okay, wait. I think that bubble universes just exist normally, but there's also like a simulation going on at the same time in which the protagonist of part 2, the Dream Seeker, is taking part, trying to figure out how to save the world or something, or figure out what went wrong and why their civilization got destroyed. And well, the first person that you meet is of course the Dream Seeker, because you play as Dream Seeker. And Dream Seeker had a dream in which she was dancing with a beautiful woman in a beautiful dress in space. And later on, when Helia and Coralie appear, they discover Dream Seeker and the beautiful lady, but in different clothes now, stuck in something. And they release us And then we, as the team of 4, start exploring Osha and Langshu, not knowing anything about the simulation going on. And then suddenly Senadina disappears for unknown reasons to me. And Dreamseeker gets obsessed with saving her. To the point of real life obsession, like really unhealthy one. And it turns out that Senadina is actually a god of this planet. And something is going on. I can't really summarize it well because it's kind of complicated. What you need to know is that protagonist is a Dreamseeker. Helia and Coralie are from the outside. They enter the bubble universe / simulation. They enter the quantum supercomputer of Mars and meet Dreamseeker and Senadina. We have like some chill exploration, though there's like... At first it starts like chill, but then weird apocalyptic stuff starts happening and we're trying to survive. And then we realize that we are in simulation and that Dreamseeker doesn't have dreams about the future that will happen, because before we realize we're in the simulation, Dreamseeker thought that she's having a prophetic dreams about the future. But then we realize we're in the simulation, that everything that Dreamseeker dreamed about actually happened. Just in different cycle of the simulation, because we're kinda can repeat certain events all the time until she gets the result she wants. And after we kinda figured out how to avoid destruction of Langshu that was being destroyed by apocalyptic events, Senadina started getting sick and disappeared. And Dreamseeker got obsessed, and we started like entering different timelines, like not different timelines, more like if you have a timeline, Dreamseekers and the rest, like Helia and Coralie and even Durandal appeared, and even Teresa appeared inside the simulation. We started entering different eras of the history of Mars, trying to figure out what happened and if we can somehow save this civilization, I think. Dreamseeker got like dark mode. Wait, I need to catch up with that. Last time I played, there's like a random Stellaron and Scions of Firmaments out of nowhere. Ah, there was no Stellaron, but there was a Scion of Firmaments called Naralab. She's actually canon for this game. This is a canon connection between Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact Earth. Not counting Welt and Sparkle, because Sparkle also was in Honkai Impact Earth. I know it was an event, but that event is canon. Another scepter, I knew it. It's not a scepter, more like... how to explain this? Dreamseeker indeed has a dark mode, but I have to start with explanation of the simulation. Apparently, Senadina, Naralab, and another person called Litost are actually aliens to Mars, and they were like space travelers. Like Litost and Naralab were space travelers. They picked up Senadina from her original planet that was impacted by immortality in such a grievous and horrible way that they started devolving into endless forever wars in which they couldn't actually die. So it became kind of like a torture chamber. So Naralab, as the visitor from outside, took Senadina out of her planet and they started traveling together, and then they discovered Mars and they started civilization on Mars. But then that civilization looks like was held together by Senadina's powers or something. Like she was like a buffer against any apocalyptic event. And she was getting weaker and weaker until the apocalyptic event happened and shattered the civilization on Mars. That's why we have bubble universes and supercomputer that apparently existed, but no one knows when it was created and for what. At least I don't know. But supercomputer on Mars exists, and you can use it to enter different, like, logged historical periods of Mars. So Dreamseeker has a evil version that is actually the second god of Mars, because when Senadina was the first god, she kinda was teaching Senadina was teaching a girl named Layla her craft, because her plan was to turn Layla into the next god, because Senadina was aware that she doesn't have much time and she will die. So she was like kind of fostering a successor in Layla, but Layla, when Senadina died, couldn't handle it and became evil. And Dreamseeker is like her version of Layla that exists within the simulation. So she's a simulated entity. She isn't an actual person. She doesn't exist outside of the simulation. But Layla does. Wait, did they throw Litus being a Stellaron out the window? Well, Litus kinda sacrificed himself to save Blankshoe, because his greatest desire was to die, but it happened in the past, so he no longer exists. So everything we now kind of experience about Litus is like the pastest past than the past we experienced it at the start of part 2. Like the moment when he sacrifices himself as a shoe is like his final stand, and then we kind of delve even more backwards into the history of Mars, and we see him as a knight of the goddess. We see him participating in the 10 shoe wars before even the shoe were chosen. So his sacrifice was kind of like the end of his journey, which we first saw, and then we kind of started experiencing backwards what happened to him, who he was, what was his role, whatever. He doesn't exist anymore, he's dead, as far as I remember. That sounds like abundance. Ah, we back into the Sea of Quanta. Nah, not evil. She became emo. Yeah, she became emo. And the Dreamseeker kinda like feels she can help Layla, while Layla tried to corrupt Dreamseeker to show her that they are the same and they always will do the same stuff, meaning they will always fall into despair. But Dreamseeker kind of proved her wrong. So Dreamseeker is kind of like, imagine this situation as if Layla was a Flame Reaver and Dreamseeker is Finan. But instead of getting like slotted together, like in Honkai Impact, like in Honkai Star Rail storyline of Amphorius, instead Finan is trying to show Flame Reaver that there is a better way, and that they learned a better lesson from what happened, because, you know, Dreamseeker is low-key re-experiencing what happened to Layla, but she's doing it in a different way. So she has kind of like a hindsight and more like emotional capacity to handle what happened. So she can prove to Layla that you can actually get better and you don't have to be emo all the time and destroy the world out of grief, you know? I swear Litus is another guy who eats Shuhu's flesh. He's dead. I have to keep in mind the stream elements don't like symbols. Hold up. What about Kiana? Wasn't she trapped in the midst of this? Apparently she is asleep right now? And everyone is waiting for any kind of sign from her? Because there was a moment when the Dreamseeker visited the moon base, and everyone was kind of talking as if Kiana got like either was stuck in another dimension or went to sleep and nobody could wake her. We never were shown Kiana's body, so it kind of like, eh? May, I don't know what happened to her. Just we know that nobody can reach her, and everyone is waiting for a signal from her or something. Yeah, but Memo Keepers visited her. I don't think it happened during part 2. Or maybe it was during part 2 and I forgot. I know she was visited, but I don't know when it was. Exactly. Also, apparently some of the dialogue got later fixed. Because there are like 2 versions of the dialogues between Kiana and Memo Keepers. No follow-up yet. We're too busy. I didn't tell you that, but in the middle of everything happening within the simulation, there was like a moment when Coralie died, and she flatlined in real life too. And Helia was going through final levels of I can't handle it. And she was like losing herself so much. But she somehow managed to not spiral entirely and received a new battlesuit from this. And actually Coralie didn't die because everyone figured out how was it said? They fixed her account in the simulation, so she didn't die. But she also received a new form that is a dragon. She was like going through the trials of permanence, and she actually chose not to take the immortality at the end when she went through all the trials. But she received the dragon form anyway. I saw tidbits of that through spoilers, and damn, you weren't kidding that she was fine. Yeah, Helia was so not handling it well. But somehow at the end she was like... There was like an other version of her that was trying to corrupt her and make her fall. That was kind of preying on her grief and her feelings. But then at the end of the entire storyline, Helia was like, I knew I can't trust you. This was all a setup and I knew it all along. And I was like, since when? Because your acting was so good that I can't really say that you knew beforehand. So it's kind of coming out of the blue right now. Also, it turned out that Helia was also experiencing like a different version of reality in which Coralie died. But that was not there was like real reality in which Coralie died, and there was like alternate reality in which Honkai didn't exist. Instead of Honkai, they had calamities, and Coralie sacrificed herself to save Helia, and Helia experienced all that storyline, and it was kind of implied that that storyline was the storyline of that another Helia that was trying to corrupt her. So we kind of got like parallel universe version of events, and we met several Helia and Coralies from different parallel versions of reality. And in the end, actually, every single Helia and Coralie got reunited, so it was a happy ending. Wow, that was Elliot doing that, Trust. I don't know. I low-key was thinking about it this way. If Mars has quantum supercomputer that can access historical records of Mars, then there is always a possibility that quantum mechanics may have kinda connected that simulation to different parallel universes that exist, because quantum mechanics is weird. Okay, let's go. Continue the main mission. At least now it doesn't start it on its own. There has to be a cut in the midst of that, surely. Maybe. Somewhere. Also Vita was somewhere in that storyline, and I still don't know why she was even there. She is apparently an admin of the simulation, and Dreamseeker meets her after every loop and then forgets about it. Like, I don't know how even Vita became the admin of that simulation in the first place. But apparently she is the admin, and Dreamseeker after every loop meets Vita in the like some kind of buffer zone. And then Dreamseeker forgets about that meeting when she's back into the simulation, but then she starts remembering Vita because Vita also enters simulation with us at some point, and Teresa is kinda standing behind her back and watching her every move because nobody trusts Vita about anything. Vita just doing its own thing, Mel. Things that you forget after waking up, people like to call them dreams.
目覚めても忘れられないもの。時間はそれを独特な香りのする記憶と呼ぶ。
I low-key wish they actually given us English, you know. But for the things you can't forget after waking up, time likes to turn them into memories, chic with a distinctive scent.
なら、
So,
夢のような儚さを持ちながらも、記憶に深い爪痕を刻むものは、何と呼べばいい？
if someone can use a fleeting dream to leave a lasting mark in my memory, then what should I call it?
先生って呼んでみる？
Lol. Vita is like one of the most interesting characters, but also one of the characters I hate. Like, I like her personality, but man, she was a bad mother figure. I don't like her personality, and I don't like her. I feel she is like interesting character and stuff, but when I see Vita, I want to turn around and run away. I don't want to look at her. I don't want to listen to her. Just go away.
この呼び方は全宇宙親しみやすさランキング1位らしいよ。そう呼べば全く面識のない赤の他人でも毎回にっくり答えてくれるの。
And now she is even a Honkai Star Rail. I saw those little fucking Gundam figures based on Vita's fucking great Gundam destroying universes.
その態度と呼び方は無関係だ。きっと8割の人間が魅力的と感じる君の顔立ちが功を奏しているのだろう。しかし、それは悪いことをしていない場合だ。過ちを犯してしまった私たちは黙っていた方がいい。
Dude went on strike on Plan Arcadia. No, I just said based because it was... The one I saw was too small. It was like a toy. Traveler and the Traveler's Dragon Companion. Haha.
窮地に陥った時こそ主導権を握るべし。青函旅行家ガイド第5章のタイトル名通り、私は屈しないよ。
では、竜巻を起こして駐車場を破壊した仲間を黙って見ていた青函旅行家を名乗るそちらの女性に。
You haven't seen the dialogue. Due to shenanigans, his Star Traveler can turn small. This canon is the very same Gundam. Uh-huh. I didn't know that.
落星の神の名をもって弁明する権利を与えよ
う。What is happening?
あなたはなぜ
And why is Senad in a bag suddenly?
まさか一度も行ったことのない星の神様にまで知られてたとは光栄だよ。まあそれはさておき、 まずちゃんと謝らなきゃ。
I'm sorry, what is happening? What do you mean God from the planet you never were on? What is going on? Yay! Vita even came back and put him back to work. Oh no. His vacation over.
ごめんなさい。私たちが悪かったんです。でも、ナナがまた竜巻を起こして駐車場を直してくれたし、彼女自身も安全な大きさまで縮んだから、それに免じて、ちょっとだけ、ほんのちょっとだけの罰にしていただけたら嬉しいな、なんて。
I feel like I skipped an entire chapter or something. I got one side who wants to shrimp for her, but the other side fighting of what sins she done. Well, she done so many sins that you would need a really long list.
もっと言うなら、時間とは関係ない罰にしてもらえませんか？関係あるとしても、どうか短めで。旅行家にとって時間は
一度も行ったことのない星。今までどんなところを旅してきたのか。
神様にも青函旅行のご予定が？
Perhaps due to her nature, the traveler missed the melancholy and nostalgia in the god's eyes. The mere hint of curiosity hidden in her question was enough to capture her full attention, prompting her to offer up 120% of her enthusiasm. Technically, she didn't have any freedom because of Saa, but even if she is free from Saa, yeah, I think she's still done the same. Yeah, true. Vita just doesn't have a moral compass that we can understand or agree with.
なら、カラフル星は絶対におすすめ。あの星には共感覚を体験できる果物がたくさん生えてるんです。現地のルール通りに食べれば味が見えたり、匂いで形が分かったり、色が味わえたりするんですよ。
I'm sorry, what? She's closer to the Aeon Aha than Sparkle herself, or Mao. Are you sure about that? I was more like... Vita reminds me more of Order than Aha. But you're right, Aha is also insane.
ああ、でもそういったルールが嫌だからといってそのまま食べちゃったら、踊る小人や飛び回る鳥が見えるかもしれません。幸いなことに私は人ではない。
Are we seeing some kind of past encounter or something? Because it looks like it's the version of Sanadina just after she left her home planet and was traveling with Nana or Naralab, and Nana was apparently still small or could take a small form or something. Definitely Aha blew up the express for the shit and giggles. Vita would have done the same. Imagine Vita ascended to become Aha. That would be a disaster. Aha at least has limiter. That limiter is called Akivili.
それと私たちがこの前に行ったドーナツ星もおすすめですよ。遠くから見るとドーナツみたいな形をしてて、近くで見たらもっとドーナツに見えちゃうんだけど、なんと実は
Planet Donut.
本当に宇宙に浮かんだ食べられる巨大なドーナツだったんです。
I'm sorry, what?
もしここで神様に会えるって分かってたら絶対テイクアウト分を確保しといたのに。だって他の人が通りかかって食べちゃうかもしれないでしょ。幸いなことに君が見ていないところを狙って
Lol.
私が丸飲みしておいたぞ。とにかく旅の満足度は食べ物で決まるみたいなものです。美味しいものさえあれば他のことは大体どうにかなりますよ。そうだ神様、落星はもともと落星に来る予定はなかったけど、
こうなったらちゃんと楽しまなきゃさ。あ、ごめんなさい。好きなことについて語り出すとつい歯止めが。でも謝りたい気持ちは本当なんです。なんとか許してもらうことは。
I think they're setting up Senna to be like Alicia. Senna is a lot like Alicia. She's like Aliciaing all the time. But there's also like some kind of time shenanigans right now. Because it looks like the version of Senadina from way back before the Mars civilization was created somehow met Layla when she was already the god of Laushing here, which was after Senadina died? What is going on?
結局来たな。
Interpreting everything unfolding before her eyes from a positive perspective might be a habit shaped by her past or an instinct that flickers forever deep within her soul. Yeah, see? This is exactly the reason why I don't understand anything about the storyline. The story is not delivered in the chronological fashion. And everything is kind of fucked up and weird and unexplainable until you actually do the entire story. Then you can start thinking backwards and understand some things, but not everything. And it's kind of get complicated even more. I tell you, that's finality shit. Then what is the cocoon of finality then? Because that's definitely not related to finality. Maybe destruction construct or something. In any case, when faced with this hand slowly reaching out to her, she was confused for only a second.
なるほど。これが惑星の伝統的な挨拶なんだ。じゃあ。
Yeah, I know the finality in HSR. I am just saying that within the scope of Honkai Impact Herds, the cocoon of finality is like the most important entity. And we kind of can't understand how it could be related to eons. If it even is related to eons, you know? Because the only thing now relating this entire universe to eons is a dragon lady flying through space. Saying, hey, I am the scion of this eon god that you never heard about. Oh, why? Gay!
Hehehe. 私も神様に会えてすごく嬉しいです。安心してください。これからは神様や惑星のみんなに迷惑をかけないようにちゃんと自分を厳しくコントロールしますから。あなたは。
What is happening?
私たちは旅行家なんだよ。どうして神様にガイドを頼んじゃったの？それに神様は許してくれるって言ったのに、なんで私たちを取り調べ室で待たせてるんだろう。
Where we even are? Can someone that I know from which timeline they are appear right now and explain, please? Also, notice Senadina doesn't have this weird thingy on her chest. This is different Senadina than the one we met at the start of part 2. Because at the start of part 2 she had like a crack in her chest. It was pink. The violet or whatever. And now she doesn't have it. Which, again, begs the question. Where the fuck did she get that crack from? What does it mean?
Senadia, そのどうしての中にどうして彼女の反応に対しての問いが混ざっていないんだ?
She probably reacted like that because she saw a ghost of a person that she loves but is dead.
だって 聞いても気まずくなるだけでしょ。まさか神様が涙。
まあいい。ここで彼女を待つとしよう。
Wait, they didn't give this. They didn't say it in English. She would start, and they ended the sentence when Senadina said the word namida, which means tears. So the goddess started crying? Finally, in Honkai Star Rail. Wait. Comes from the future and goes back in time. And for some reason, Elio has the power to bring people from the future. Silver Wolf lore trailer. So maybe that. I know. There's like also a theory that Akivili and Terminus as eons are inherently connected. Like there are theories flying around that Akivili and Terminus are two sides of the same coin, and maybe even possibly the exact same Eon, just in different states or different version of time or different point in time, you know? Anyway, I know how finally it works. I'm just kind of confused how the Eon bullshit will be translated to Honkai Impact Third. Because there's so many stuff in Honkai Impact Third that feel like more localized phenomena rather than anything related to eons, you know? So I wonder how they will explain some of those stuff if they really want to connect the universes. Because then they would have to explain what the Kakuna finality is and where it comes from. And if it is related to eons or not, you know? Kakuna finalities, to be honest, I have no idea. The title is finality, but the way it operates more like a Stellaron giving powers. True. Also, the finality in Chinese, the Kakuna finality uses different signs than the finality in Honkai Star Rail, so it's not the same. It's not the same word. So people kinda know via the Chinese text that the Kakuna finality is not related to finality in Honkai Star Rail because the name is different in Chinese. But maybe you're onto something. Maybe Kakuna finality could be explained as a very unique form of Stellaron disaster.
Nana が理由を教えてくれないってことは、私もナナの言うことを聞かなくていいってことだよね。忘れちゃったの？旅行家にとって時間は一番大切な宝物でしょ？前のことは謝るけど。
彼女はただ、君がどこかへ行ってしまって、探しても見つからなくなるんじゃないかと。
大丈夫。神様より先に戻れば迷惑をかけたことにはならないよね。それに考えてみて。神様に案内された時、もし私が詳しかったら、あ、この人落星を理解してくれてるって思うでしょ？
それはむしろ。
なんだか変な反応だね。ナナも落星に来たのは初めてのはずなのに、どうしてそんなに神様に詳しいの？
Also, in the previous chapter 10 and chapter 11, I don't remember if we were still in simulation or not, but we were experiencing the Laoshin just after the creation of civilization when Senadina was still a goddess. But there were like weird anomalies that were starting to happen because Senadina was getting weaker. And there was the Professor Yoyun that we knew from the start of the storyline as the professor that Dreamseeker is the student of. But it turns out, in weird version of events, that Professor Yoyun was actually swallowed by the weird cracks in reality that happened just before the civilization of Mars was destroyed.
And it kind of looks like that Professor Yoyun that was a child and got swallowed by the crack was then spitted out in Oksha Bubble universe. And she grew up there and became a professor. So kinda the sea of data kinda saved her life to some extent. Haken of finality is definitely an Eon though. Haken of finality is not powerful enough to be an Eon. And it's too localized. Eons exist kind of like a cosmic gods that kind of shape the cosmic rules and how the wider cosmos of Hoyoverse even function. So Kakuna finality is too localized, too much trapped within the Honkai Impact Bird, and doesn't have enough power to be considered an Eon. Man, part 2 getting more confused. Told you that entire part 2 is kinda... I don't know if anyone can kinda summarize it in a way that would be understandable.
とにかく、やはりここで彼女を待つべきだ。
そんな選択肢はない。青函旅行家ガイド序章最後の一文。こうなったらまずは食事。
Eon doesn't have to be necessarily cosmic. Look at Aha. He rickrolled me while reading. I mean, they don't have to be like a cosmic entity that exists in past space, for sure, because Akivili was a human. But they have to have, like, power that they can enact on the entire universe. So, in case of Akivili, it was connecting worlds with silver rails, and I don't know if you noticed, but Trailblaze functions a lot on the larger cosmic scale, like wish power on Ahatopia, because somehow whatever Trailblaze does makes impossible into possible, which is kind of like a wish power, doesn't it? It kind of also reminds you a lot of the Stellaron, which comes from Harmony. So there's like several different things that do similar things on different scales. Like Stellaron is more localized to a planet. Wish Power is also localized to a planet because of Aha and Ahatopia and stuff. And then you have Trailblaze that seems to be not localized and exists within the entire universe and can be used to do stuff. So that's what I meant when I said cosmic. The Cocoon of Finality would have to be able to influence more than only their closed universe, their world where Honkai Impact Bird is happening. But it looks like Cocoon of Finality is kind of like a localized entity that can only exist within that universe and kind of can't breach outside. But it's more like the way it operates is like an Eon. It gives powers to individuals like other Eons do to emanators. I mean, it holds the authorities that can get distributed among you know, among the people of the world. But that, in my view, that description doesn't work as like an Aeon. It only works in a sense as if the Titans on Amphoreus were like an Aeon kind of way. They're similar, but not enough to breach into Aeonhood, if you know what I mean. Like, think of it like Iron Tomb slash Demiurge being the source of authorities of the Titans in Amphoreus, and then the Titans' authorities could be snatched by other people, which is exactly the same as with Cocoon of Finality, that is the source of authorities that get granted to Hershers but can get stolen by other Hershers or people and can be forged into weapons, like divine keys. So it's kind of more localized, you know. The principles are similar to Aeons, but they are similar only. It doesn't mean that Cocoon of Finality is suddenly an Aeon. I just found something on the wiki. Cocoon of Finality is an imaginary entity that resides in an unknown imaginary space. It is described by Kevin Kaslana as an extraterrestrial manipulator of fate. Yeah. But it doesn't mean it's an Aeon. Also, unknown imaginary space seems to suggest that there are a lot of imaginary spaces. So they simply don't know where it comes from. I really don't know how Shaoji will connect the bridge, cause for sure part 1 wasn't written in mind with Aeons in the HI3 universe. From what I know, Honkai Impact Part and Honkai Star Rail were developed alongside each other. So even if the story doesn't seem like it was written with Honkai Star Rail in mind, apparently the development of two games was closely related enough. Though we only see stuff of the wider universe being reflected in part 2. So they really need to figure out how they are going to explain everything from part 1. Maybe they already have explanations and they're holding on to them. Or maybe they still have to figure it out because, you know, part 1 was retconned many times. Around the post-Honkai Odyssey, I can see that, well, wealth comes from that timeline. I think that the easiest way to connect the universes will be to say, because they already said it, that Honkai Impact Third is a world that doesn't know Aeons, that Aeons don't see. Basically, Aeons don't have any influence on Honkai Impact Third. It was already said. So I think they will kind of try to aim for everything that happened in part 1 to be localized, kind of expression of imaginary energy or something. So Cocoon of Finality will be like localized phenomena unique to this universe. Like, the fact that Nana is the scion of permanence doesn't mean that the Eon of permanence actually saw this world. Scions kind of operate like, hey, my boss kind of left me free reign and I can travel across cosmos, spreading the teachings of permanence. But it doesn't mean that my Eon is watching. He's actually kind of disappeared or dead. We don't know what happened to him. Let's just say they are on different imaginary tree leaves. What do you mean? You mean Cocoon of Finality? Because different imaginary tree leaves is how the people are currently understanding the difference between worlds in Honkai Star Rail. That every world in Honkai Star Rail is another leaf in imaginary tree. Even though in Honkai Star Rail the imaginary tree is still a theory, but it's a scientific theory, so it was proven to exist, but there's like still kind of like scientists are still arguing about that theory in Honkai Star Rail. Meanwhile, in Honkai Impact Third, that theory is a fact accepted by everyone. Nobody's arguing its legitimacy or anything.
神様にご馳走するって約束したし、先に下見しとくのも悪くないよね。
リトス！
こっちにはなさそう。ちょっと待って。あれ、リトストじゃない？
Why are dogs and cats around that guy? And why do you know him?
私の仲間をいじめるなんて許せない。ナナ、あれをお見舞いしてやって。
Ah, hell no. Get me out of here. Wait. Wait, did she turn into a huge dragon now? Because I see something above us and there is a child waving and there's a scared lady, I think.
そう、それ。違う。
Wow! What the fuck did you do?
そう。今度は完璧。
Lol. The traveler put an end to this farce with an iron-fisted method, successfully rescuing her human friend. However, what awaited her was a prison sentence of 1 billion years, ending a relatively failed life.
いや、全然違う。
So it was her imagination.
可愛い小動物相手にあんなのを使う必要なんてないよね。私はベテラン旅行家なんだから、ベテランらしいコミュニケーションを心がけなきゃ。
Rescue Litos.
私は何もしていないが。
何もしていないから動物たちも動きたがらないんじゃ。
Lol.
なるほど。なら、お前がまた仲間を振り落とさないように、静かに翼を広げさせたい場合はどうすればいい？
My headcanon is the whole of Star Rail is a single leaf, and Honkai Impact Bird is also a different leaf with its own set of rules. I don't think that works that way, to be honest. Because I don't want to get into how wealth is isekai into Honkai Star Rail. Well... Think about it this way. Think about it like the Honkai Star Rail represents the entire tree and every planet we are visiting is another leaf. But Honkai Impact Bird is an isolated world that Akibei never reached and Eon never saw. possibly even isolated by someone or something. Like, what if a Honkai Impact Third was localized outside of the walls that Klipov built to protect the universe from the Dusk Leviathan? Like, that would be possible. Why Eons didn't have any influence on that world if it was never kinda part of the universe that Klipov is protecting, and it was kind of like left alone somewhere. They still didn't explain that for years. Well, they are close. That's the thing. It's hard for me to believe that because of Amphorius. That pink was shrouded for years and Nanook still made a bombastic side-eye. Yeah, that's why I mentioned the walls. Because Klipov at the start of the Honkai Star Rail timeline kind of separated the known universe from the rest of the universe by creating invisible walls to protect the universe from Dusk Leviathan. So it is possible that Amphorius as a scepter, because scepters existed within the known universe protected by Klipov, could be influenced by Nanook because it was within the walls of Klipov. But what if Honkai Impact Third is outside the walls of Klipov? Klipov is one of the first Eons that ascended. It ascended during the time when the universe was still ravaged by the cosmic entities called Dusk Leviathans that ate stars. So Klipov was one of the first Eons, at least, we know, because the timeline of Honkai Star Rail is measured by Klipov's hammer strikes. That's why you have Amber Eras. Anyway, he's one of the first Eons to exist. Possibly he was one of the first Eons together with Permament. What was the Eon of that who has like Equilibrium? Possibly Order. We don't exactly know when those 4 Eons appeared, but we know they're very old. So Klipov was the one who built the invisible walls to protect the universe from the Dusk Leviathan's influence. So now the universe is no longer ravaged by Dusk Leviathans. Yes, Ouroboros is the one of the Leviathans that ascended to Eonhead. But the race, as we know, is either not able to enter the Honkai Star Rail universe or is dead. So if the race is dead, then Ouroboros is the last representative of the species. But they are an Eon, so it doesn't really count. But if they are not dead, then they possibly still exist outside of the walls of Klipov. It could also be that Honkai Impact Third is not outside of the walls, but is surrounded by unique phenomena that doesn't allow Eons to interfere. But people still can kinda cross through, like Scion of Permanence is like kinda like a mortal representative of an Eon. They still could enter inside. Now it will be explained one day, just don't know when. Also, Genshin Impact is also on the radar now because I don't know if you noticed, but Asad Pramad has a head that is a fucking dice, and there is a symbol on that dice that is the same symbol that the Traveler twins wear on their clothes. Girl just hungry wants to eat bugs per many Amber era. I am not sure if Ouroboros is not technically considered dead. Though it's really hard to kill an Aeon, so you know, I don't know if even if she's in pieces, she's not by definition still considered alive. Ah, that's easy. Genshin is a Skrulum space scepter. Well, the issue is, we don't have any signs of any simulation happening in Genshin Impact. In Amphorius, we actually had signs that something was wrong, and that something was not adding up. But in Genshin Impact, we don't see any simulation. We know that there exist samsaras, but they're soft samsaras, kind of like history repeating itself, rather than actual simulation, you know? There are cycles, but not that type of cycles. The people saying a cycle doesn't always mean, oh, we are inside a simulation and this is that type of cycle. Time is a cycle, too. Year is a cycle, too. Just saying. They don't seem to be stuck in a supercomputer, though. Also, there is like a possibility they have their own little universe there, because, you know, Ali's husband is space traveler. And there was a Voyager that also came and told Nibelung, hey, the world is ending. Your planet will be destroyed. You should come with me. And Nibelung was like, no, I won't leave my people, and then told his people, hey, you need to learn space travel. So the dragons invented space travel, but never actually left. And Nibelung went away and then came back with Abyss or something. And when he came back, Primordial One was already there, and Nibelung was like, what the fuck? Who are you? Why are you in my home? And there was battle. Nah. Not everything is suddenly Amphorius, to be honest. There are like technological stuff in Teyvat, but they're more related to planetary space travel than anything else. They have a fake sky, but it's to protect them from the dangers from the outside. And that fake sky was most likely created by Primordial One to separate the planet from everyone else. It kind of sounds as if some random cosmic alien decided to conquer a planet, and then so nobody else would figure out what he's doing, he shrouded it in some protective shell so anyone else couldn't interfere with whatever he's doing. Kind of sounds like Lygos a bit. Lygos also shrouded scepter with a Stellaron so nobody could see what is happening inside, but Ian still saw, you know. Anyway, Xander 2 Kuvaba.
一人分の重さを減らせばいいだけだ。簡単じゃないか。
それは断らせてもらう。旅行家殿のいない未来など想像したくもないからな。
Nadina is now Miss Traveler.
私も一人でも仲間が欠けた未来なんて認めないよ。とりあえず 青函旅行家ガイド30ページに動物とコミュニケーションを取るためのテンプレが載ってるから、それを使って挨拶してみるね。うまくいけば、にゃ
Yeah. Still, I seriously wonder how Genshin will end. I'm hella interested how Snezhnaya will play out. But at the same time, I have no time to do it. Not every black cat is Elio, just say. I think there is a huge possibility for the traveler to ascend into godhood in Teyvat. Or being told that they have to ascend and being put in front of a choice.
ゃお
我らふわふわ族に出会った美少女は10人いれば9人がお主のようににゃーと泣くのだ。もう飽きてしまったぞ。
No. The main character is still the descender. The abyss sibling is not. But the descender is not used in Genshin as like, hey, this is the cosmic entity that came in. No, descender is a title for people whose will can rival the world. Basically, their will is so powerful that they can change the rules of how the world works. So, also Skirk said that she is not a descender because she doesn't have a will to rival the world, but she is still an outsider from outside the planet. But it was kinda hinted that Skirk could have become a descender if she wanted to. She just doesn't want to. Or can't. There's like a blockade. Something blocking her from becoming a descender. They didn't change the meaning. We just simply didn't know what descender was, and everyone assumed that it meant, hey, alien. But no, it doesn't mean alien. Because Arlecchino also would then be a descender because she's also an alien. Every child that was raised in Canria that came from outside the planet would then have to be a descender, and they are not. They're simply aliens, and Skirk is an alien, and apparently Alice's husband is an alien too, and Voyager is an alien. And there's a lot of aliens actually, but there are only 4 descenders. Also, one of the descenders was chopped into pieces and turned into Gnosis. Nope. I don't remember if the second one was explained already. But the first one is supposedly the primordial one. The 4th is this traveler. The 3rd, it was supposedly a lover of Saritsa? Or something? Or I remember it wrong. We don't know who the 2nd was, I think. Or I forgot. Yeah, there was like a theory that Tsaritsa is collecting the Gnosis to resurrect her lover, which was also a hero named Ajax, apparently. So I don't know if people just confused Hero Ajax with the third descender, or Hero Ajax was actually a third descender. In any case, child is named after him, and you know in Teyvat, if you're named after someone, it doesn't bode well. Maybe that's why Tsaritsa is keeping that idiot around. Like, what if Tsaritsa is keeping child around because she wants to use him to resurrect HI? The wiki for Genshin tries to claim that the second descender was Nibelung, but it doesn't make sense. I don't agree with this. Because Nibelung is the dragon that was the one who created Teyvat. Entire Teyvat's existence is tied to Nibelung. He can't be the second descender, basically. He would be like descender 0, if anything. The third descender, though, is said to be Sarelainen. And the wiki claims that it was killed by heavenly principles and carved into the 7 Gnosis. The first descender is the heavenly principles. Just like I said, that is currently a common consensus, that the first descender was the heavenly principles / primordial one, the one who terraformed Teyvat into what it is now. Taking it away from dragons, you know, setting new rules and stuff. But the second descender, in my opinion, can't be Nibelung. Because Nibelung is the original owner of the planet, the original god. So they can't be a descender. If anything, they can be the 0 descender, the first one. Like the first one before even the first number. The dragons were the science of firmament. Ooh, that is actually what I think Zhongli may be. Because Zhongli is sus. He's too old and too much related to Celestia, and he apparently has a title called Heavenly Star, and I'm like, you are fucking sus. Everything related to you doesn't make sense. Every symbolism related to you doesn't make sense and doesn't exist in Teyvat. You must be an alien. Because in Teyvat there's like Triketras symbols, yeah? And there are like Triketras but with 4 leaves and stuff. But there's no symbolism on the entire fucking place that resembles anything that Zhongli has going on. There are no symbolisms that are reflecting the symbols on his design and symbols associated with him. Nothing. The reason why Permanent Eon disappeared is because it was stuck in Teyvat. That would be huge. Actually, I think that Nibelung, if there's like no universal idea that every planet is created by some kind of dragon, then there is a possibility always that Eon of Permanence is Nibelung. But then it would kind of not make sense for him to need Abyss to fight the primordial one and be killed, you know, because Eon of Permanence should be more powerful than that. If you know my if you take my drift. In short, Nibelung shouldn't be overpowered by some alien from space. Did you notice? We not only have a talking cat, we also have a talking dog.
それってリトストが本気で泣きたくないだけでしょ。それに彼はまだおじさんじゃないよ。
He is! Litos is an old man, just in his soul.
じゃあおじさんになるまで待っててあげてもいいわ。
Talking dog!
ナナ、やっぱりこの子たちにあれをお見舞いしちゃおう。
それは正しい判断なのか？
もちろん決まってるでしょ。こんなことくらいで落星に10億年も閉じ込められたりしないだろうし。しかも私はもう神様のお友達なんだよ。
罰として10億年間落星にいてもらう。
This is Layla, the evil dream seeker. They even have different clothes colors to kind of point out that they're different. Layla has more dark and magenta kind of color scheme, while Dreamseeker has like dark, white, and violet? Purple?
ふわふわ星から来たお客さん。この3日間、あなたたちは人間の鳴き声を聞きたい、お腹を撫でたい、髪を噛みたいなどの理由で頻繁に通行人に迷惑をかけてきた。
LOL.
やったー。賢明なご判断ですね。
What is happening?
旅行家のお嬢さんについては。
Oh, you're going to jail.
私はただ神様に正確な時間を聞きに行こうとしただけなんです。40分くらい待ってもらうかもって言われたら。
神様、スケジュールによりますと待ち時間を2時間くらいに延長していただく可能性がございます。しかし幸いにも
休日なのに残業なんてあんまりじゃない？ナナ、神様にあげるはずだったドーナツを食べちゃったよね。その責任を取ってもらうよ。リトスト、ナナがちゃんと責任を取るように神様はどうせ10億年間落星滞在の刑を受けなきゃいけないみたいだし、その刑期に見合う悪さをしないと損だよね。
For the traveler who had visited countless planets, landing always held a unique significance. It marked the end of a tedious voyage and heralded the beginning of a novel adventure. Among all those landings, however, none brought her more joy than pulling a god along as she jumped down a small grassy slope. What is even happening? That doesn't match anything that happened before. I feel like we are in some alternate reality, or even as if we entered some kind of event by accident. Not because she dragged the god away without facing any real punishment, nor because they were about to undertake a grand and noble deed. It was simply because at the 34th minute and 56th second after they met, the traveler heard the god's laughter for the first time.
綺麗な顔してるんだから、やっぱりそうやって笑った方がいいよ。
currently in Teyvat there are like 2 stuff related to Abyss. The Abyss itself and the Order of the Abyss. Those are 2 different things. And Alice in the recent event explained that Abyss is created by resentment of all the timelines, all the choices never chosen. So imagine it like this. Writer is writing a story and has multitude ideas how the story should go, but they have to pick one to finish the story. And that's the main timeline. Every other not chosen possibility turns into Abyss. It's explained like that. What the fuck? So they're the ghost of the past that never got the chance to exist. Kind of. But that is only in relation to like the Abyss as an entity and the abyssal power. Because Abyss has a heart that we actually fought in Natlan with Mawika. We kinda bashed it into extinction. I actually don't know if we defeated the heart of the Abyss, or it was like the temporary win. But we did fight it and we did win. The Abyssal Order, though, is a completely different thing. Abyssal Order is led by the Abyssal sibling, our twin, and their goal is to recreate Canria. They want to create new ley lines and weave those ley lines and force Teyvat to recreate Canria. There was even an entire storyline in which there was like a superimposition of Canria's alternate timeline superimposed on Natlan. So we met an NPC from that alternate reality. And also it was at the time we learned that actually Traveler and their sibling came to Teyvat on a spaceship and that they lost the spaceship. And apparently Abyss sibling somehow ended on Teyvat despite being inside the spaceship that was still in space. Like they got somehow transported to Teyvat, and after that we don't know how much time passed between Abyss sibling and we don't know how much time passed between Abyss sibling landing on Teyvat and their spaceship actually crashing on Teyvat. We know that then Abyss sibling was trying to find the spaceship and couldn't find it, and that during the cataclysm of Canria they were put in front of a choice by the Four Shades. Either they will save Canria, or they can go and find the spaceship where their sibling is. And Canria was destroyed in the original timeline because the Abyss sibling chose to go to the spaceship and release us from the spaceship. And that is the starting moment of the game, where we try to leave Teyvat and we're stopped by Asmodee, the fourth shade of space, and we get separated. So basically, Khaenri'ah got destroyed because of the choice that the Abyss sibling was put. Like, the Abyss sibling had to make a choice. Either they choose Khaenri'ah or they choose the sibling. And they chose the sibling, the Traveler, and the Khaenri'ah got destroyed. But, currently, in current timeline, long after Khaenri'ah was destroyed, Abyss sibling is trying to reweave the timeline and create a possibility for Khaenri'ah to be restored. Heavenly Principles sounds like Anna's faction. It does. Heavenly Principles is kinda obsessed about control and rules and stuff. But apparently, based on the latest trailer, Heavenly Principles only cares about protecting Teyvat from destruction. So if any nation inside Teyvat is on the precipice of destruction, apparently Heavenly Principles, Primordial One, and their shades will prioritize saving Teyvat over saving that nation. It's kinda like a choice of either you can save America or save the planet. Heavenly Principles and the shades will pick saving the planet than saving America. Oh, we also got lore about the 3 moons. Columbina became a moon goddess for real, with the power of all the 3 moons. Dottore opened the sky, and we used that opportunity to bring back the original moon of Teyvat back inside the shell from outside, because Heavenly Principles yeeted the original moon outside, the one that survived the war with Nibelung. So it was always outside the fake sky, but during Dottore battle, Dottore opened the sky, and we kinda used that opportunity to bring the moon back. So now Teyvat has back its original moon. And there was also an entire event storyline with a character named Zibai that was existing in the moon's shade. Basically, there was a fake moon in Teyvat all along, all this time, and she was trapped inside of it, and we kinda tried to figure out how to save her, because now that the original moon was back, the shade was disappearing, so we needed to kind of figure out how to save her, and we figured that out with inside the event, the Lantern Rite, and she's now alive and well and lives on Teyvat back, you know. There was a lot of stuff happening in Notcry in regard to bigger overarching lore of the game. Pretty face like yours should smile more. This is so gay. Wait. What if Anna tries to invade Firmament's home world and it worked, and the Abyss itself is the work of Nanook's Lord Ravager, a Klugsben fella? Abyss seems to be like type of entity that is plaguing not only Teyvat planet, but also other planets in Teyvat's solar system. So as much as I could imagine Luxbane being responsible for the Abyss's existence, I don't think Enna can do anything unless Teyvat is happening really far in the timeline. Because Enna doesn't exist anymore. I mean, technically Enna exists inside Sheepe, but I don't think Enna can enact that much of influence outside of Penacony. You know what I mean? This This laughter clearly came from another, yet why did it summon chirping birds to settle in her heart? Don't know, it kind of felt as if the war with Nibelung kind of weakened heavenly principles a lot. They lost a lot of authority over Teyvat in that war.
もう十分遠くまで来たんじゃない？
まだまだですよ。だってほら、道ですれ違う人たちはみんな神様に挨拶するでしょ。
人のことを言う前に自分の言葉遣いにボロが出てないかを確認した方がいいと思うよ。
ひひひ、私は神様の誘拐犯なんだから、どう呼ぼうと勝手だよ。安心して。ナナもリトストもすっごく頼りになるから。あの二人に手伝ってもらえて、今頃女子さんも喜んでるはず。
Don't know.
二人が有能だってことはよく知ってる。
ならよかった。あなたには思う存分自由な時間を楽しんでほしいな。それじゃあこれから私の大好きな冒険ダイスを3回振ってもらうよ。出目の合計値ごとに違うお題に挑戦してね。
Yep. I feel like the easiest method to connect Teyvat to the wider universe is via the Scion of Firmaments, because that's easier already and already was done with Honkai Impact Bird. Teyvat doesn't really need to be under influence on any other Aeon. Not to mention that Firmaments itself doesn't even have influence over Honkai Impact Bird nor Teyvat. But I still think that using a Scion as a bridge between Honkai Star Rail and Genshin is the easiest solution. Also, it's not like in Honkai Star Rail don't exist planets that don't believe in Aeon. Remember, the planets from which Aventurine is from, they don't even revere Aeons at all. They were revering a different god whatsoever. ZZZ. I don't know anything about ZZZ, to be honest. I don't play that game.
ズルしてこっそり仕事に戻られちゃったら大変だから、お題をクリアするまでちゃんと見張ってるよ。
ズルが得意なのは。
そんなの言いがかりだよ。ズルな。
するよ。
ちょっと待って。なんで手でダイスを隠しちゃうの？あ、わかった。適当な数字を言って一番簡単なお題にしようとしてるでしょう。
Does Senadina count as a pink girl? Because I feel like she does. Though in Honkai Impact Bird, it looked like first Alicia became a god of Earth, then Kiana took over as a god of Earth from Alicia, then we have Venus that had Sa as their god, and then we have Mars that had Senadina as their god, and Layla.
ちょっとした提案なんだけど、神様、もう一回振ってみない？
これから最初に出会った人の願いを叶える。私にぴったりなお題に見えるんだけど。
でも、そんなの普段の神様の仕事と変わんないよ。
ほら、運命ですらあなたのズルが許せなかったみたい。
Oh, she already did. Or more, it was like a picture, and her turning into a giant god. When the Mars stuff were discussed, there was like a pretty picture with a giant Sanadina hugging the planet. It didn't happen in the story, but it was a really nice representation of her role as a god.
あなたってこんな意地悪をする人だったんだね。
Is that child Sanadina? What is this timeline?
20分ほど離れていただけなのにどうして。もうすぐ帰港の時間なんですよ。そんな時に姫様を探して落星中を走り回るような事態はできれば避けたいんですが。
What is happening? She's now a princess? I am starting to get super confused about this entire story.
ごめんなさい。私が悪かったね。エレーにそんなにポンポンしないで。私だってただ走り回ってたわけじゃないの。ちゃんと計画を立てて目的地も決めてたんだ。姫様のおっしゃる計画とは、戦闘メカ族の陣地に乗り込んで10体一緒に相手するよと叫んだ後、私に聞かれたと気づいてすぐここに逃げてきたことですか？それは
I know. That's what I said. All the time. Sanadina reminds me a lot about Alicia and also about Sayrini a lot.
姫様、どうして戦闘メカ族に戦いを挑んだの？本当のことを教えてくれたら力になってあげられるかもしれないのに。
戦闘メカ族の族長が宣言したんだ。彼らの中の強者を倒した者に一族が特別に用意した唯一無二の秘宝を譲るって。でも私が怪我するとエレーには絶対心配するでしょ。こうなったら私の代わりに戦ってって落星で一番強い神様にお願いしようと思ってたの。異性の姫君の願いを叶えるために落星の神様が戦闘メカ族の強者を打ち倒す。親愛なる我が落星の神様最高
姫様、力になりたいのは山々だけど、心配するエレーニさんの気持ちもわかるでしょ。大丈夫。もっと穏やかな方法でその秘宝を手に入れてみせるから。
でも正々堂々と勝ち取った秘宝じゃなきゃ何の意味もないよね。
What do you mean? What did they start doing in Honkai Impact World?
そうここはやっぱり私が神様の代わりに行ってこようかな。ただの普通の旅行者の私なら何の問題もないでしょ。
ダメ、あなたに怪我してほしくないの。
あれ、お題はまだ始まったばかりなのにもうズルするつもり？今回は手を貸してあげるけど次はないよ。
That's because dialogues are no longer static like they used to be. Now it's more like in regular game, where you have like the background behind the characters and the camera is switching between their POVs.
あなたの方がもっとずるくて意地悪じゃない。
Look, Layla is agreeing with you.
案内するね。
姫様、10体一緒に相手をする計画をまだ実行するおつもりですか？
今回はこのお姉ちゃんが代わりに戦ってくれることになったの。私は強いから10体一緒でも問題ないけどね。
申し訳ないけど、彼女の対戦相手を1体だけにしてもらってもいい？
三者の意見をまとめた結果、10体分の力を持つ強者1体と対戦していただくことにしました。
遅いよ。えいやっほいせいやっさあくらえせいビビレーニー、お姉ちゃんの武器見た？
動きが早すぎて何も見えません。
エレーニの意地悪。
Wait, I wanted to ask, did you play part 2 yet?
この一撃のみ。
Or not? Because I forgot if the battle would be weird to you or not. Battle in the sky. I don't think so, but I'm heading out for chores. But before you go, tell me. The traveler won easily and the little princess had her wish granted. The secret treasure that the Battlebots clan custom made for her. Okay.
どう欲しいアイテムは出た？うん、全部お姉ちゃんと神様のおかげだよ。でもちょっと遊んだだけでエレーニに取られちゃった。
Evil lady! I played part 2 until almost Helia's arc, around when Coralie died. You have to continue playing the story, it's really sad. But I can assure you it has a happy ending. As a, you know, a boost to play it. You need to suffer. You need to suffer. You need to suffer. But you need the motivation, so I'm telling you, it has a happy ending. Like, when I am reading Heart Comfort fanfic, I don't want the bad ending. So, motivation of good ending always motivates me to read.
姫様が小さな頭に単行部をお作りになられる前にタイミングよく没収しただけです。
Aha. So this is why she confiscated that.
姫様の友人としてお返ししたいのは山々です。でも礼儀作法を指導する者としては頭をぶつけて涙。
エレーニ、箱を開ける前にちゃんとお祈りしたから、この子はきっとこれまでの仲間たちと一緒じゃ信じられないなら、後で証明してみ。
後でしたら大人になった後でにしましょう。
I'm not as young as I used to. I cannot play 5 gacha games anymore. I only have like 1 gacha game in me. Which is why. You're perfect. I can see the story through your playthrough. Oh, you are welcome. Though we are kinda lagging with the story currently because we were talking so much that we didn't progress anything actually.
あ、そうだった。手伝ってくれたお礼に2人にプレゼントを渡したいの。じゃじゃーん。
What is that?
これは
新 私が考えた幸運のクローバーのおまじないだよ。このおまじないをすると素敵な幸運がいっぱい訪れるの。なんてすごいパワーなの。でも姫様、ただの旅行家の私がそんな貴重なものをもらっても大丈夫かな。
That's usual. Honkai impact part pacing doesn't even phase me anymore after early part 1 and I'm bored. Not really, because you can skip most of this dialogues. Like, skip in a sense that I don't really need to hear the voice lines in full. I just need to read the English, and I can click. That cuts the storyline in half, actually.
遠慮しないで。本当はみんなに四つ葉のクローバーの葉っぱを1枚ずつプレゼントしたかったんだ。
お顔をお上げください、姫様。でなければ姫様が送ってくださる。姫様の努力のおかげで、葉っぱの一枚一枚が素敵なプレゼントと化したのですから。ルミ様は食べきれないほどのスターキャンディーを、セナン様は壊れることのない太鼓を。
そうだね。でもそんな素敵なことが起きる葉っぱだからこそ、おまじないだけじゃ幸運のクローバーのおまじないが赤い髪のお姉ちゃんは青函旅行家なんだよね。大きくなったら私もお姉ちゃんみたいに星々を旅して、でも私はみんなのお姫様だから。
一つ秘密を教えてあげる。
そう神様も旅行家なの。彼女は
このお姉さんと一緒にたくさんの星を巡ってきたんだ。共感覚を体験できる果物が生えるカラフル性とか、本当に食べられる私にもできたんだから、姫様もきっとできるよ。愛と勇気さえあればどんな人でも大地をかけて。
神様もエレーニと同じことを言うんだね。私エレーニが嘘をついてるって思ってたけど本当だった。
姫様。
姫様とエレーニはもう帰るみたいだね。
彼女たちにとって今日は落星で過ごす最後の日なの。
あなた見た目は正直そうなのに意外と嘘をつくのがうまいんだね。
つまりあなたもあれが嘘だと思ってるの？
私はただ神様の立場からちょっとどうして笑うの？
誰かさんの影響かな。今日はきっと愛と勇気に満ちた一日になる。
そんなの当然だよ。あなたが引き当てた2つ目のお題は、今日中に誰の力も借りずに魚を1匹釣る。
釣れた。結構重いね。
ああ、ルールを言い忘れちゃった。スタートしてから10分以内に釣った魚は農家。
また釣れたよ。今回は小さめ。
小魚なんて魚のうちに入らないよ。ブブー、チャレンジ失敗。さあ戻してもう一回。
Do you see what I am saying? Senna denies the sore loser. She keeps coming up with reasons why the challenge doesn't count.
今回は
ダメ30分以内に釣ったものは全部農家。
神様、ありがとうございます。ダイビング中に急に足がつってしまって。
Did you just save a guy by fishing?
先に言っとくけど、第3のお題はとってもすっごくめっちゃくちゃ難しいの。
よし、これでアームが小鹿の真上に来たね。このままボタンを押せばぬいぐるみを掴んで穴に落とせるはず。
Why does it feel like a date? All those pictures feels like I am watching some kind of montage of dating spots.
Amai.
どうして？小鹿は穴のすぐ近くにいるからアームで掴んでちょっとだけ左に移動させれば成功するはずなのに、どうしてすぐ本当に降参しちゃダメ？このチャレンジでもうたくさんのコインと時間を無駄にしちゃったよ。
そんなに焦らないで。コインを5枚ちょうだい。その無駄にした時間を私が全部取り戻してあげる。あれ？
あなたと私。
クレーンゲームはどれも似たり寄ったりだから、他のにすれば取れるかもなんて期待しちゃダメ。アームよらしこそが唯一の味方。まずはレバーを押さえ。集中できてないみたいだね。もしかして疲れちゃった？
大丈夫。このままでいい。
あなたって面白いね。まだ何も教えてないのに。
This is gay! I'm just saying, I point the obvious, I know. It is gay! There's nothing heterosexual about this situation.
変なの。釣りとクレーンゲームは結構似てると思うんだけどな。全部の筐体を空にしても教え子に伝授できないなんて。
ごめんなさい。どうしてできないのか私にもよくわからなくて。
What does 6-7 mean? If you can explain very quickly. Petroleum.
平気。その頑張りに免じて第4のお題は一番簡単なものにしてあげる。この写真、私があなたを誘拐したみたい。ねえ、そこの神様。もし誘拐じゃなかったら、まばたきして。
Explain the number! Why is it funny though? I would think that 6-9 would be funnier number.
今さらまばたきしても遅いよ。この写真は、前のよりは口角が数ミリ上がってるね。
ごめんなさい。
謝らないでよ。見返すたびに笑顔になれるいい写真じゃない。きっとプロのカメラマンがいるせいでつい仕事モードに入っちゃうんだね。もっと適当な感じの方がいいのかも。私がカメラマンをやるから持ってきたコンデジで撮ってみようよ。ほら見て。この写真すっごくいいでしょ。
Huh? Explain! 6-7. Please, I need to know. I can't live with this! In this lack of knowledge!
私この一枚が最高に好きなんだけど、神様はどう思う？どんな冒険が待ってるのかな？
We still weren't told what timeline is this even. I'm so confused. You have to explain the meme!
大好き。
ならよかった。
今日は本当に楽しかった。適当な理由をつけて10億年間落星滞在の件にしたいくらい。
Okay.
この神様、めちゃくちゃ危ないセリフを口にしたんだけど。これからはしょっちゅう遊びに来るつもりだし。
だから心配なの。
仕事の邪魔になるって友達に絶交されちゃった。
違うよ。私はただ。だって 忘却や死と同じようにどんなに心配しても避けられ。
ちょっと縁起でもない話はやめて。私たちはまだ若いんだから。早く願い札を木に結んで今日の第5のお題を終わらせなきゃ。ほら、もうこんなにたくさん結ばれてる。サクッと結ばないと。ちょっと待ってて。私たちの神様にぴったりの枝を見つけて。
Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the traveler noticed what was written on some of the wishing ribbons.
母が早く目を覚ましてくれますように。そして神様、一人でいいから私みたいに頭が良くて優しくて話し上手で気遣いもできて一緒に家事をやってくれる友達を早く与えてください。神様が末永く楽星にとどまり、いつまでも私のことを見守ってくださいますように。私も神様にばっかり頼ろうとしないで。自分の願いは自分の手で叶えなきゃと言いたいのは山々だけど、実際自分の力だけじゃどうにもならない願いもあるよね。あった。
She would write down the names of as many wishmakers as possible on a wishing ribbon that began with, I hope the wishes of these people all come true. In this way, both the people and the god of Laoxing will have their wishes granted. She copied diligently until the wish ribbon was filled with people's names, leaving just enough space to squeeze in her own name.
よし。あとは他のみんなと同じように願い主、つまり私の名前を書くだけだね。私の。どうして私。
She doesn't remember her name! Before panic could swallow her whole, the god had already taken hold of her hand and then ever so gently took away her wishing ribbon. This saved the woods in her heart where bits roosted from collapsing. In this quiet, only her heartbeat could be heard. I'm starting to feel sus about this timeline. Like, it was the direct inversion of the timeline from the previous chapter where little Layla met Dreamseeker, and there was also adult Layla somewhere outside the simulation doing whatever. So this looks like a direct inversion where the adult Layla is the goddess, small Senadina is the princess, and there's like a traveler who looks exactly like the princess, but adult.
大丈夫だよ。願いの札を結ばなくてもいいの。名前を覚えていなくても、青函旅行家としてのあなたの生活は変わらないから。
つまり、私の名前だけじゃない。ナナは神様のことを知ってたし、神様もナナとリトストのことを把握してた。
She sought confirmation from the god of the contradiction that had existed from the start. A confirmation of that razor-sharp answer capable of slicing away all the vibrant joy of the day.
できれば、この最後のお題は辞退したい。でも、
そんなのダメだよ。
やっぱり、ズルが好きなくせに、ズルして運命をごまかすことだけは絶対にしない。そんな人が自ら楽星を離れ、心置きなく自由を楽しめるようにするには、愛と勇気だけじゃダメ。生涯あなたと共にある。幸いにも、私たちの時間はたくさんある。そして、時が経てば経つほど、その話術も洗練されていく。
もし私に、ここにもっといてほしいって言うなら、
ごめんね。あまり辛くなければいいんだけど、私、ここで悪役をやめるわけにはいかないの。そんなことをしたら、
She losing consciousness or something?
私の願いは、あなたが名前を失ったあの夜と何も変わらない。あなたが、いつまでも自由の喜びに浸っていられますように。 あなたが二度とあなたが落成を選んだ事実が存在しませんように。
It suddenly became tragic and sad. At the 491st minute and 59th second after they reunited, the travelers saw the tears of the god for the second time. Oh, we are back to the current timeline.
セナディア、大丈夫？
But we are in Senadina's POV.
セナディア、悪い夢でも見たの？セナディア？レイラちゃんったら、いつからそんな意地悪な子になっちゃったの？覚えてる？私が寝る前に40分後に必ず起こすって約束してくれたよね。セナディアにもっと休んでほしかったの。セナディアだって昨日ツルしてたよね。心配しないで。セナディアのアドバイスはもう各社の責任者に送っておいたから。一部の仕事が早い責任者から、中でも3つの案件に私のちょっとしたアイデアを書いた付箋を貼ったから、一目で見つけられると思う。ありがとう。でもレイラはよくナナに言ってるでしょ？セナディアのことに首を突っ込まないでって。
Wow, that's harsh.
でも私が好きなのはあなたは神様じゃないし、神様になる必要もないんだよ。
Since when?
神様はあなたがありのままの自分でいて、いつまでも楽しい暮らしを送って、それがセナディアの願いなら絶対に叶えてみせるよ。これはあなたに向けた彼女の願いなの。レイラ。うん。そういえばナナの姿が見当たらないね。お菓子をバリバリ食べる音でセナディアを起こすといけないからって珍しく自分で外に出て行ったの。でもちょっと正しい行動をしただけで調子に乗らないように一緒に来てほしいっていう頼みは断ったよ。私はナナやリトスとは寂しくなってもいいの？二人ともいい大人でしょ。つまりレイラちゃん的には違う、私が寂しかっただけ。誰よりも大人なセナディアと一緒じゃなきゃ安心できないから。でもただじっとしてたわけじゃないよ。さっき話した件もだけど、記念品のデザイン画も描いたの。記念品？レイラだってセナディアの大きな祈願の木の隣に私だけの木を植えたいの。ダメなわけないでしょ。さてこれからナナのもちろん。ついでにセナディアみたいに大人っぽく。
Before setting off, the god suddenly noticed an empty spot on the tea table.
レイラ、テーブルの上にあったヨーヨーはこの前の大掃除の時にいつか使い道ができるってセナディアが言ってたけど、結局そのままだったよね。やっぱり飾っておく？うん。たとえもう使う日が来なくても忘れたくないんだ。
What is this yo-yo supposed to represent? Some hidden powers or whatever? Na, 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 na.
何でも釣れちゃうなんて、落成の海ってめちゃくちゃすぎない？いつもこうっていうわけじゃないよ。 爆速でクリアしたから褒めてほしいの？はいはい、釣りの才能ピカイチだね。えらいえらい。
ありがとう。私もっと頑張るね。
確か前にこの辺でセナディアのパネルを釣り上げたんだけど、未だに誰も引き取りに来てないみたい。もし本当に持ち主が現れなかったら、私が持って帰ってもいいかな。
Didn't this entire storyline start with some kind of sentence about dreaming, giving you your wish or something? So this entire timeline we witnessed was Senadina's dream? That was supposed to be like a gift to her or something, and now she keeps seeing parts of the dream in reality?
セナディア？もしレイラが自分のパネルも釣り上げたら、本当？わかった。私頑張ってみるね。あの二人は本当にそっくりだね。今夜は星を見るのにぴったり。帰るのはもう少し後にしようよ。
Naralap is so beautiful when she will be playable. I need it. I need her. Please give me.
セナディアとレイラはまだここにいたいのか？だが私は少し、いや、すごく。
ちょっと、
こういう意味だ。おやすみ。
言っちゃダメ。あなたが本当に珍しく解説してくれたから、やっと狭いソファーで窓越しに星を眺めなくてよくなったんだよ。
ソファーは心地いい。卓上にある金色のゼリーにも手が届く。それにたとえ違う場所にいたとしても同じ空を見上げることはできる。
デタラメ言わないで。あなたにロマンの何がわかるの？
なら一つ補足しておこう。だからセナディアだけを残して私と一緒に帰ろう。彼女は大人だからもう背は伸び
なはら、あと一歩でも前に進んだら明日からもう金色のゼリーを買ってあげないよ。
That's it. A real threat. Oh no.
こんばんは、セナディア。先ほどぶりだな。
She came back so quickly! The wind carried the clouds away, drawing back the curtains of mist to reveal the starry sky in full view.
残念ながら、君たちは第2惑星と第3惑星の観測に最適な時間帯を逃してしまったようだ。
そんなに残念でもないよ。明日早起きすればいいだけだから。
レイラが早起きするならツルピカ星2つを観測する前に。
このヘンテコ竜、いっつも買ってきてあげてるでしょ。ナナはいろんな星を見てきたよね。あなたから見て、あの星たちがツルピカ状態から抜け出すまでどのくらいかかると思う？
They are talking about the Earth and Venus.
星の未来は刻一刻と変化している。通常長くはかからないだろう。
あなたの言う長くないって具体的にはどれくらい？10年？
その2つに違いはあるのか？
It will be a billion years. Just saying.
もう、じゃあ違いを分かってもらうためにちょっと問題を出してみようかな。
Wait, what the fuck? What?
ナナは
半年前か？
Half a year ago? No, I think her sense of time is skewed. Also, Mars had 3 moons?
ブブー、外れ。ナナに問題を出したの。惑星にはもともと一つの衛星しかなかったの。 今私たちのすぐそばにあるあの一番大きな星がそれだよ。長い時の中、あの星は落星に寄り添い続け、私が権能を得た後も環境を変える時に助けてくれたし、自ら進んで落星のためにその2つの衛星のうち1つはすごく素早くて頑張り屋さんなレイラみたい。ホードのどんな変化も見逃さないの。もう1つはいつもぐうたらしてて、何をするにもゆったりペースなナナに似てるんだ。そんなに違うのに、なぜか空を見上げるとその2つを同時に見かけることが多いんだよ。例えるなら、今私の目の前にいる。
The dragon fell into deep thought over the god's words, its tail thumping rhythmically against the ground. This was an unconscious act by the dragon, yet she unexpectedly beat out the rhythm that disrupted the god's breathing. This night wasn't supposed to be like this. After a long, long silence, the dragon finally raised her head and mist seemed to lift in her eyes.
セナディアの話を聞いて、時の流れがもたらす変化について、昔の君はいつもカラフルという言葉やドーナツなどの鮮やかで竜の食欲をそそる例えを使って想像するラカダの外の世界を語っ、実際とは大きく異なっていたが、私はその例えから似た色や味わいを持つ星々だが、今の君は私とホードの人々に説明するときにより具体的で、それらの例えは確かに理解しやすいが、今のように問題を出されたとき、
それはナナの意見は？
セナディア、私の言葉を解決すべき問題と考える必要、今私たちを見つめている君と、かつて星空を見上げてばかりいた君、ただセナディアの身に宿る2つの星を目にするたびに、美しさに魅了されるよりも永遠の大河を渡り、私に名を与えてくれたあの姫君が向こう岸に
落星がセナディアの言う2つの星を捉えたから、その子たちの移動速度と軌道が決まっちゃったんだよね。もし捉えられずに楽栄1、楽栄2という名を与えられてなかったら、その2つの星はどっちもどこまでも。
やはりレイラは賢いな。
ただちょっと意外だった。
もっと聞きたいなら少し考えをまとめる時間が必要だ。だが今は帰らなければ。
どうして私が？
She instinctively wanted to refuse given all her issues with Narala, but a mere glance from Narala prompted her to accept this rather baffling request in an instant.
先に言っておくけど、私はセナディアほど料理上手じゃないから、もしうっかり金色のゼリーを茶色く焦がしちゃって匂いや味が変になってあんまりナナを困らせないでね。セナディアが早く戻ってきてくれたら少しだけ手伝ってあげてもいいよ。約束だよ。
On an ordinary night, the friend that stayed with her for many years and the child that she raised by her own hands found a rare resonance in the same topic. For these two, who constantly bickered over trivial matters, this was a cause for celebration. However, accompanying this relief was a boundless melancholy that coursed through her.
現実の反面と現実を映し出す予言。
Ay, ay, ay.
一体どっちかな？
Sounds tragic. Even an omnipotent god could only glimpse a sliver of the answer through the cracks of time.
結局、自分の気持ちをうまく隠せなかったみたい。彼女たちの反対方向に。
You need to feed the cattle, so you need to wait a moment.
Coal steel, raisin bowl. Oh, I got Kiki instead. That's interesting. I was like saying that ice characters are always needed, and now I have 3. Oh, Zoo! Oh my god! This was 5th pool! 50! You remember 50! Look at this! And Harbinger of Dark. I love this sword, okay? That's cool! 2 5-star characters in one pool!
My work can grant peace and serenity, the likes of which few experience. It will be worth it. I promise.
What? I thought he would disagree. So, Lumina, your name is Mari in this world. She sees into your soul. Yeah, she's staring straight in my soul. I feel scared. He wants to still. Stop staring like this. I will regret even more. Stop. I like ships that start at odds. It's such a drama. I love the drama. Deja is so not impressed. Me too. Lumia knows that if she was here, she would be like, God damn it, man. Get it together. Go to bed. Else too, because it looked like only Fontaine was flooded, and Fontaine is elevated, so it's even more.
I am back. Oh, more dreams.
私、今、すっごくいいアイデアが浮かんだの。でも、あなたに1週間くらい協力してもらう必要があるんだ。何その眉間のシワは。青函旅行家に選ばれるなんてめったにない栄誉でしょ。惑星の近くにある青い星で10年に一度の大会がもうすぐ開催されるの。私たちの得意不得意を考えると、チームを組むためにあと3人のメンバーが必要だ。1人は私よりもゲームが得意な人。一緒に他の人に教えられるからね。もう1人は几帳面で信頼できる人。あなたと連携が取れるから。
前の2人はわかるけど、最後の条件って詐欺師みたいじゃない？万が一のことがあったら。
I feel like Senadina in the dream that just described Coralie, Helia, and Vita.
だからあなたが必要なの。もし罠にかかっても2人で傷の舐め合いができるでしょ。どう？完璧な夫人だと思わない？
For a god, there were simply far too many reasons why she couldn't easily help out.
もし2人とも普通の人として育ってたら、私と彼女は友達の頼みを笑顔で引き受けられたのにな。
To dive into a childhood full of games accompanied by parents, to swim onto the shores of youth with joy and yearning, to run recklessly toward the dense forest of adulthood, tripping over and over, then crying and getting back up again and again. Even if no god will ever solve your problems, you stubbornly make countless wishes, both greedy and humble, to the wishing tree in your heart. Time may not guarantee a yield of sweet fruit from these wishes, but it is still a tree planted by your own hands. Perhaps it is neither strong nor lush, but it is enough shelter for every respite and every unspoken worry. Only in such dreams could the god be free of agonizing over the two options, because it could only be the opposite of reality.
大丈夫って言いたいけど、正直ちょっとだけ羨ましいな。
ご夕食は孫娘の夜食に焼き鳥を買ってきたんです。よろしければ召し上がっていきませんか。
Everything became suddenly dark and blurry. Sailing pushed the spirit travel box aside with effort. The light that was blocked by the top of the box spilled down and painted a warm hue on the god's clothes.
こんばんは。じゃないよ。セリン、生活リズムを整えるって。
The god pointed to the tester recruitment poster on the wall.
深夜4時までテスターを募集してるってどういうこと？まさか6時に寝て。
いいえ、次からはじゃなくて、次なんてありませんよ。この後すぐ帰って。
よろしい。じゃあ帰って寝る前に近況を聞かせてくれない？
最近は夢の中にいる被験者の意識をより早く分裂させてアベベに入れられるかどうかを研究している。まだ推測でしかありませんが、夢の持つ可能性の中に意識に強い刺激を与えられる要素があるのではないかと思っています。もし母の心に響く夢を見つけられれば、心の海に沈んだ意識を再び浮上させられるかもし。それで神様、来週半日、いいえ1時間だけでも進捗を見に来てくださいませんか？根本的な解決には至らなくても、私にどこまでできるのか、ぜひ。
Eileen stopped speaking, for she suddenly realized that she was making a mistake. She was trying to get a god to grant her contradictory wish, essentially demanding emotional validation from a god just so she could keep going. Could anything be more selfish than that?
落星の神の名をもって甘える権利を与えよう。セリ、1時間なんて足りなくない？いっそちゃんとスケジュールを決めちゃおうよ。そうすれば私を誘うときに何を話せばいいか毎回悩まなくて済むでしょ。
Watching Celine's retreating figure, the god let out a quiet sigh of relief.
よかった。やっと日付の話を切り出せた。次に会うときはこの日を迎えられたお祝いだから絶対受け取ってねって言って栄養ドリンクを持っていこうかな。きっと彼女のことだから口では約束しても家に帰ったらまた夜更かしするだろうし。レイラだけだよ、簡単に言うことを聞いてくれるのは。背が伸びなくなっちゃうよって言えば。
Huh? What was that?
このままじゃ火星科を受験しても難しいでしょ。 教育支援課に変更することをお勧めします。超高速パン生地で居眠りする生徒を叩き起こせるあなたなら、きっと重宝されますよ。
ああ、あなたたちだったんだね。ロボットアシスタント養成課のデセとエーラ。さっきの音、デセが出してたの？
はい、神様。頻繁にガスコンロを消し忘れちゃうから、20分おきにアラームが鳴るよう設定したんです。でも、その5時間後の今に、
私たちは最初に製造されたロボットアシスタントです。なので、後から生産される同系の仲間たちは皆、私たちのプログラムを参考にして作られ、あなたは記念館に閉じ込められ、同系が存在しない唯一のロボットアシスタントとして、その手にあるノートとともに、人々の偽物になってしまう。
ノート？そんなことになったら、報道に争いが勃発しますよ。でもそうしたら、ガスコンロを消し忘れても、
誰？
待って、争いってところをもっと詳しく。
1時間前に奇妙な文字が書かれた紙切れを十数枚入手したんです。差出人も宛名も書かれていなくて。紙切れだから住民を不安にさせないように、私とデセはこの件を公表せずにノートに記録して明日の定例報告を待つ。
目の前に神様がいらっしゃいますから、本件は
Listener's note. High above the city, it seems someone has recorded various heartfelt thoughts on slips of paper. For some reason, they have tossed them down, only to be picked up by Laushing's AI assistants Weilo and Daishing. From someone sitting alone by the sea. Ha! Getting paid is the best feeling. Finally, I can swap out those fifth hand or sixth hand parts from my inspiration accelerator. So good, haha. Even though I will be living on instant noodles for another month, I should still have enough spare change to add the sausage, right? Even if I can't afford it, there's nothing I can do. When I throw out the trash, Celine is gonna see a huge pile of instant noodle packaging again. Just thinking about it scares me. She's definitely gonna flip out this time. But whatever, she needs to learn to take care of herself first before she lectures me. Then once we have both made it big, swapping in new parts should make it work, right? How many more times do I have to test this? Phew, you have to keep going, Zero. At least don't trouble our goddess, it's just a bottleneck. You can get through this. From someone tidying up a rental home. So many rejection calls today. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. With my build, there is no way I would get those laborious jobs. But what else can I do? The Rift Strike team? Haha, I could follow Lord Litos to the border. That way I can also lighten the load for Lady Senarina. I'm such an idiot. The first rejection letter I got was from the Rift Strike team. I must be really pathetic. Bah! Pull yourself together! If you want to make it, you need to train hard. Joining the team is far more meaningful than having them protect me. Although Lady Senadina has never allowed me to think that way. Gosh, I can still sleep for 4 hours. Round it off, and it's basically the same as not sleeping at all. I'll go drop off my resume at the sales company Botu recommended in the morning. What was it they sell again? Wonder trackers? From someone standing on the stage giggling foolishly. Ah, finally, I'm done writing. Yes, this is it. It's going to be perfect performance. Ha! Are you going to reprimand me? Just the thought of it makes me shiver with excitement. Ah no, I must calm myself down. As long as every citizen, every life, every breeze here become utterly captivated by you because of this, I am willing to accept any punishment from you. Ah, oh goddess who led our family away from monsters and rifts with such a majestic bearing, I want you all to witness. I'll make you all see. From someone sorting letters at the desk. This is a letter from Tabea. She received the talent show photos that Botu took for Huilo. The back is filled with praise and many well wishes for good health, such pride and relief, and also the sharing of joy with the god. There are also wishes for the gods' health and peace. How wonderful! I'm going to write it all down in my notebook so I can tell Senadina when she wakes up. What a strange feeling. If everyone treated Senadina as a friend in this manner, always sharing happiness so easily instead of making her shoulder everything, would she be free of such exhaustion? I should sort out the next letter first. From someone who gazed at the stars and then silently went home. It's still early. I should take little Layla to buy some spicy red dipping sauce. It will go well with the burnt jelly. I will buy some snacks while I am at it. Senadina might be hungry when she gets back, and I can give some to Layla as a late night snack as well. The wind is making it a little cold. I should remind you not to come back too late, Senadina. There are also many small notes. They quietly record the hidden stirring of this land, capturing unspoken joys and sighs as if eager to recount these concealed emotions to whoever finds them.
私的には、この言葉はすべてある人物の心の声に見えます。私もです。それを証明するためにも、5秒前に超高速パン生地で叩き落とした証拠をお見せしましょう。
きっと永遠に理解できないのでしょうね。その私欲のない寛容さこそが、それなのに今、私は自分が軽蔑してきた神に利己的な願いを投げた者たちと同じように、ごめんなさい。
甘えていいって言ったばかりなのに。ありがとう。これをばらまいた犯人が誰なのかも分かった気がする。
Who is responsible? Oh, magic! Very pretty magic dots in the pink color. Whitish pink.
これでよしっと。久しぶりだね。ずっと落星に寄り添って私たちを見守ってくれた。
Wait, there's nobody here!
やっぱりいつもの方法で行くしかないみたい。セラ？
セラ？
セラちゃん？
Sarah? Wait, Serapelm? Serapelm was the moon?
恥ずかしがり屋で可愛くて素直でいい子な私のセラちゃんはもうやめて、セナお姉ちゃん。
Hey, she has different clothes now.
捕まえた。セナお姉ちゃん、こんなに早く会えるなんて思わなかったよ。だって前の大事な用事を終わらせてからまだそんなに時間が経ってないし。
What do you mean accomplished something important? Did you change the world when nobody was looking? One of the 4 shades of Teyvat. No, that's just Serapelm. A little... She has more in common with Herrscher of Legion than you could imagine. She has like in one of the bubble universes of Mars, she has a library. And if you enter that library, you can accidentally get swallowed by a unified consciousness and never leave. Because Serapelm is lonely little girl who loves reading books and everyone joins her hive mind. So she has a lot in common with Herrscher of Legion. Herrscher of Dominance, no? The god smiled, taking out the ledger she had just received. The pages fluttered open, and the slips of paper tucked within returned to Serapelm's palm like birds flying to their roots. Roost.
あら、これも大事な用事でしょ？みんなの心の声が書かれたこのメモ。これ、私が前回出した宿題に対するセラの答えなんだよね。うん。心の声は本音に一番近い言葉でしょ？
だからみんなの心。私もセナお姉ちゃんが名前をくれた時からお姉ちゃんの気持ちがわかるようになったの。他の人たちの心の声も耳を澄ませば聞こえてくる。
What do you mean she gave you your name? Did she create you?
だからみんなにはセナお姉ちゃんみたいに言葉にできない思いを抱えすぎて後悔したり、
セラちゃん、
みんなの力になりたいけど、セナお姉ちゃんの心の声だけは誰に伝えたらいいのかわからない。ナハラお姉ちゃんじゃきっと食べ物と間違えて食べちゃうよね。レイラお姉ちゃんだとセナお姉ちゃんよりもっと後悔して悲しんじゃいそう。
リトーストはまだおじさんって年じゃないよ。それはともかく、やっぱり神様の心の声が書かれてる紙は
私の。
知りたいの。私やみんなの心の声を聞いて、あなたの心に響いたのはどんな。もしよかったらあなたの心の声を書き出してみない？簡単な一言でいいの。セラちゃんはどんな物語を綴るのかな？すごく楽しみ。もしアイディアが浮かばなかったら身近な人を素材にしてみてもいいかも。ほら、
セナお姉ちゃん、
前に話した図書館のことを覚えてる？私の理想の図書館は無数の心の声の集合体なの。みんなが心の中の疑問に耳を。そこでは作者や読んで共鳴した人、そして本そのものが発する声だって聞こえてくるんだ。実はもう考えてるの。図書館を建てる仕事はナナに任せるつもりだよ。そうすればもうソファーで引きこもり生活を
でもね、セナお姉ちゃん、
竜は紙切れをばらまく子供やずっと同じ場所に引きこもって他人と関わろうとしないナナみたいな子供が大好き。
セナお姉ちゃんやみんなにちゃんと謝りたいから隠しておくつもりだったことを話してもいい？
Just when I thought Litos is dead, he comes back to hunt us again. Maybe he's another guy who ate Shuku's flesh after all. He and Blade got same energy. I told you he is dead by the chronological timeline. We are currently in the past, even farther past than the first chapter of part 2. We are really far in the past. Because when we first enter chapter 1 of part 2, we are entering it at the point of storyline where Mars was already destroyed. And the only thing that exists is that supercomputer and those bubble universes like Oksha and Langshu. But this is still a time before the civilization of Mars was destroyed. We are actually in the first city ever built on Mars by Senadina and her friends, Naralab and Litos. This is the first city they built. There are other cities being built currently on Mars, so this is very far back.
今夜も法要にぴったりな日なんだ。
セラちゃん、話してくれてありがとう。本当に法要を試せるチャンスは一つも逃したくないんだ。時間っていうものは神様とその幼い民にとって。
セナお姉ちゃんは怖くないの？失敗するたび永遠みたいな痛みを感じちゃうでしょ。レイラお姉ちゃんが幸運のクローバーのまじない。セナお姉ちゃん、今日はもう泣いてるよね。
The moist evening breeze blew past the eyes of the god, and in an instant Seraphim's figure blurred. To mask the blurriness of the world, she should have taken half a step back, winked mischievously, and then lifted the corners of her lips. But for some reason, she forgot again. Before her eyes, aside from the damp night, there remained only the question the quiet girl had already answered. On a night as ordinary as any other, is it worth revealing the unspoken thoughts long buried deep within?
セラちゃん、本当は怖いよ。痛いのが怖くてたまらないの。私はヨーヨーで単行部を作っただけで国中が大騒動になるくらいに大泣きしたことがあるんだよ。あの時はいつもは穏やかなお父様が慌てて私にヨーヨー禁止令を出してたな。でも私はもう姫様じゃない。みんなが心の中で念じ続けながら名前を呼ぶ神様なの。
She is mentioning her life on the other planet that she ran away from. So it looks like she was a princess. It looks like on her original planet she was part of a royal family. But then the planet was blessed by immortality, by a dragon that was kinda on evil side. And, well, the entire civilization became immortal, but then quickly devolved into wars. And the wars were lasting forever. Like, they were never ending. People couldn't really die. The only way to die was to literally get blasted into pieces. Because if you were injured or killed during the battlefield, you would soon regenerate and come back. So they really couldn't run away from those wars, even in death, until their body was literally blown to pieces so small they couldn't regenerate anymore. That was part of those trials that Corali was having. The storyline in those trials, especially the last one, was the original story of Senadina's world. So Naralab was the traveler dragon that visited her planet during that period, and she was staying with Senadina during those wars. And when Senadina finally had enough, she agreed for Naralab to take her away from that planet. And then they traveled together through space, and then they found Mars and built their civilization here. So Senadina is no longer a princess, but she used to be on her original world. Now she is a goddess on this planet.
たとえ不器用で未熟で時には周りを困らせたり心配させたりしても正しい愛の形は何？正しい愛し方なんてあるの？完璧な答えは誰にもわからないけどこれだけは確かだと思うんだ。そんな素朴な愛を私は感じてる。だから私は本当に全知全能の神様になりたくてたまらないの。私を愛してくれてる人たちに何を返せばいいのか。そしたのに今日になるまで私の抱擁は一度も認められてないんだ。海の侵食にあと何度耐えられるのかもわからない。それでもやっぱりじっとしてるなんて無理。どの道も間違ってるなら逆に考えてみれば私がもっと頑張ってもっと先のことを見通せるようになれば全ての道を整えることができる。その道を選んだ人たちにもっと自信を持って進んでもらえるはずだよ。私が神として神職を受け止めることができるなら民たちが異色の心配をしなくて済むようにしたいんだ。
Speaking about possibilities where Honkai Impact Bird world could be located, do you know about the possibility of worlds existing inside black holes? it's a theoretical possibility, but in sci-fi you could kind of stretch it further as a possibility that actually can happen. So imagine if in some insane reality, Honkai Impact Third was actually inside the Eon of Nihility. Inside the black hole of a god. That would be wild. Also, Senadina traveling through space and creating a civilization on Mars is very much similar to what Primordial One did on Teyvat. Just saying.
それに、レイラが自由に幸せに成長していけるようにするには、街がちゃんと自立しなくちゃね。何でもやるよ。私、セナディアにできることが残ってる限りはね。その後、もしいつか落星が神を必要としなくなったら、きっぱりと手放して振り返らずに自分の自由を探しに行くの。
Though, to be honest, that possibility about the black hole is immediately contradicted by Memo Keepers being able to access the world and talk to Kiana. I can't imagine a reality in which a Memo Keeper would be able to go that close to Nihility. You saw what happened to Black Swan when she looked into Acheron's mind. They wouldn't survive the encounter.
だってズルが好きのくせにズルして運命をごまかすことだけは絶対にしない。
The rolling waves hushed the whispers beneath the starry sky that night, weaving them into new words that quietly etched themselves into the girl's memory.
セナお姉ちゃん、私、どんな物語を書けばいいのか。
Yeah, Black Swan is playing chess 5D with several very dangerous women. Maybe she should stop. Because she seems to be a natural magnet for possible yanderes or very dangerous women otherwise. 3 times? Yeah. Acheron first, then Evernight, and Dahlia. That's 3. On a most ordinary night, the god had a most ordinary dream, and just as ordinarily chose the future she had already chosen. Late night God's Residence.
広大な銀河には無数の文明の種が漂ってる。ナナが言ってたように、近いうちに落星にもすぐそばで見守り合える仲間がどこかの片隅に現れたらいいのに。
Well, sadly that didn't happen. Mars got destroyed before Earth even became hospitable.
どんなお隣さんになるかな。砂漠を漂う巨大な船とか、絵本に出てくる海底文明が存在するようなところだったりして楽しみ。あ、できればだってそうすれば未来のレイラに新しい可愛い友達ができるでしょ。数万年レイラは優秀な子だから将来きっと私じゃできなかったことをたくさんやり遂げるんだろうな。でもあなたの同年代の友達として私も一緒に成長して突き進んでこの世界のすべてを感じられたらよかったのに。
This sentence is so sass. I will tell you why. Because this is exactly what happened at the start of part 2. Senadina and Dreamseeker, the same age, had fun together, exploring Osha and Langshu as friends.
そうしたら、あなたと同じものを見て、感じて、同じ出来事で心を揺らせたのかな。同じ年頃の個性秘密基地とかもいいね。そこから探検を始めて、レイラが決めたルートにあった障害を私が何とかするの。そのまま夕方になったら。
In her boundless fantasy, the god greedily made another wish. On a certain fateful day, a dream seeker who can freely traverse dreams will dream of her. Through their connected dreams, this dream seeker will grant her a miracle, the ability to travel to the future where this dream seeker resides. That is what happened, actually! As for the name of this dream seeker, if possible, she hopes it will be Layla.
でも、今の生活も十分素敵だよね。この視点でしか見られないレイラちゃんの可愛さもあるし。よし、今日のレイラちゃんエネルギー補給完了。今の私は無敵だよ。さ
あ。What are you doing?
曖昧な会話を何度も繰り返して捉えた認知を超越した存在。全惑星の運命の糸がたどり着く先、眉へと向かおう。
What do you mean? Time to head toward the existence beyond comprehension that I glimpsed through several vague conversations. The place at the end of every planet's threads of fate. The cocoon. Fuck this shit. Kitty, what do you want? I just screamed.
他の文明たちが終焉を超えようとするとき、眉もまた目覚める。つまり、時空の境目がない場所なら、何度でも終焉の抱擁を試せるかもしれない。
Now she's talking about transcending finality. And cocoon being like, fuck you, no. Enter the dream and attempts another embrace. So is Senadina trying to integrate with the cocoon? Long before Kiana ever managed to do that?
すごく静か。変わらないね。ここが眉が眠る場所。目覚めるたびに眉は期待するんだ。終焉を超えた先にある答えを。今まで何度も答えてみたけど、認めてもらえなかった。感じる。あそこだね。
What do you want? Why are you meowing so loudly? You are ruining the moment. What are we meeting here? I can see the cocoon of finality here. But what is that she was talking about? Why did it remind me of Alicia for some reason? Is this what Serapeon meant about the hug?
眉のささやきをちゃんと聞けたことは一度もない。でも、影が何度も凝縮して砕け散る中で、これだけはなんとなく分かったんだ。
I thought that Serapeon was talking about actual hug, but maybe she meant it's another time to try embracing finality.
終焉の眉は一枚の鏡。
What?
身支度を整え、本質を探り、見落とされた細部を探す。鏡は、そしてその過程は、胸像の持ち主に問う行為でもあるの。
She said nothing, yet a question echoed deep in Senadina's heart. Who are you?
私はセナディア。ラカダ王家最後の姫にして、貴族や民から愛されし者。かつては敬意と期待、親愛と慈しみを込めて、民たちにこうよ。
姫様、姫様、朝ですよ。目を開けて、起きてください。ただでさえ可愛いお客様とすれ違ってしまう。
お客様？プレゼント？はあ、お父様が許すはずない。
嘘つきがご褒美を与えるだなんておかしいでしょ。私の小さな甘い嘘を姫様が大きくしてしまったら。はいはい、わ
かったよ。葉っぱの上に残ったつゆが朝日の光を反射してる。すっごく綺麗。きっと朝より早い時間に畑から摘んできたんだね。
まるで初めて見たような反応ですね。昨日姫様が畑で泥まみれになったのは。
昨日はただみんなと遊べて楽しかっただけ。それに三つ葉のクローバーだって綺麗だし。
小さなお客様たちの考えまでは分かりませんが、もし庭で四つ葉のクローバーを見つけたら、私もそれを姫様の枕元にお届けし。
セナディア、セナ殿下よ。怒りで我を忘れてしまい、心配する父の言葉も耳に。
プレゼントは一切受け取り禁止っていう言いつけを取り消すまで、剣王たる陛下の話は聞きませんよーだ。
セナディア殿下。
何？私は間違ったことなんて言ってないでしょ。だって竜すらめでる真珠も星飾りのそれに理不尽だっていう自覚があるからこそ、エレーニが可愛いクローバーを残すことを許したんだよね。そして私はそのだから敬愛なる陛下にもこのクローバーの幸運を分け与えたいの。納得した？
半分だけな。親愛なるセナ、父としての私はお前の言い分にもろ手を挙げて賛成してやりたいと思っているよ。
つまり
ご明察だが、その前に理性的な私を説得するチャンス。王国中から愛を注がれている姫であるお前は、人々が分け与えてくれる贈り物に。
演説と交渉の時間なの？授業はもう終わったのに。
長期的な課題とでも思ってくれ。いつか私が力尽き、お前に責任を託すまで。
分かったよ。いっぱい考えて、お父様が心から納得してくれるような最高の答えを用意してみせる。姫様！あなたは背中で手を組んで何を隠してるの？私の目はごまかせないよ。
ダメですよ。まだ分けるとは言ってないんですから。
嘘ですよ。じゃじゃーん。もうルミったら大胆なんだから、姫様をからかうなんて。早く逃げなきゃ、姫様に捕まっちゃう。懐かしいな。ここは本物のラカダじゃなくて眉が作った偽物だけど、日差しも笑顔も同じで私の記憶から生み出されたものだから、もうとっくに私の一部になっている。みんなの笑顔と日の下を歩くあの頃の自分を見るたびに心がすごくすごくあったかくなるよ。
姫様のお姿を見てると希望が湧いてきます。これは姫様。大丈夫だクレナ、疫病とかじゃない。多分昨日少し寒かったからだろう。
聞いてくれるかい？
There is another cocoon in Mars. No, I don't think so. I think that the cocoon of finality is covering all the planets in the solar system. That's why every of those planets is going through the embracing of finality bullshit. The only difference is that it looks like Mars didn't succeed. And the first people to succeed were, well, I can't really say that Alicia succeeded, but Kiana did.
知ってるよ。昨日お父さんが果樹園に行った時にランプを持って行ってあげたでしょ。マントも渡せばよかったね。家に帰ったら薬草を煎じてあげる。そもそもそんな年で夜遅くに果物の収穫に行くお父さんが悪いんだよ。
すまん。父さんが悪かった。ほら姫様の前なんだから。
ギルおじさん、クレナ、ありがとう。
姫様、
こんなに綺麗な果物なのにたくさんもらっちゃっていいの？もちろん。今年は特に出来がいいからね。お父さんったらみんなに分けてあげたくなったみたい。姫様が褒めてくれないと今夜は布団の中で泣いちゃうかも。姫様、この間ね、遠くの村に行ったんだ。素敵な温泉と美味しい魚のパイがあったから、お兄ちゃんもハイテンションになってたよ。
グラニー。姫様、お土産を持ってきま。
チアンとグラニーって旅に出るたびにみんなにお土産を買ってきてくれるよね。本当に優しいんだから。だって旅って楽しいでしょ。今でもお兄ちゃんはたまに感傷的なことを言うけど、前よりは笑ってくれるの。さっきみたいに嗅覚と食器昨日も自信満々に、グラニー、僕は騎士にはなれないけどいつか姫様の味見係に。
グラニー、姫様の前でこれ以上恥をかかせないでくれ。
La Quadra seems to be low-key Greek, Roman a bit. Can't tell if the reused asset is associated with the mini Vitas or just reused asset. Is it similar to Vita's planet? Because I didn't play that line.
姫様、お元気そうで何よりです。
こんにちは、リトスタ。巡回中？それとも陛下から何か特別な指示でもあったの？
Wait, Litos is also from her planet? I didn't know that. I thought Senadina only left with Nana, and Litos was like from somewhere else.
この衛兵が逃亡中の容疑者を捕らえまして、その取り調べを終えたばかりです。これから
嬉しいことでもあったの？なんだかいつもより表情がちょっとだけ柔らかくなってるね。清く正しいリトスト様が捕まえたのはどの事件の犯人かな？
領地で民に高額な税金を納めさせていた貴族ですよ。金貨を持って逃亡を図ったところを捕らえました。かつて姫様に稀有な真珠を献上したものです。
I have to remember it's a sea of fantasy. Might be related, but Honkai Frankfurt likes to reuse assets too. I know.
動機はどうあれ、正しい行為で称賛され、間違った行為で罰を与えられるのは自然の摂理です。姫様が気になさる必要はありません。
わかったよ。ごめんね、引き止めちゃって。ラカダという国は長い間苦難の道を歩いてきた。しかし一度希望を失った人々は全ての願いを姫君に託した。王国の幸福の象徴である姫君を、その太陽の光は疫病という暗雲を追い払った。一時的に苦痛から解放された人々は限られたあの日が訪れるまでは、災いの竜の流れ星はやがて不朽という名の呪いをもたらし、ラカダの時間は永遠に止まった。不死の喜びはその呪いによってもたらされる一筋の脆い光に過ぎなかった。
Yeah, I forgot to correct you. When I first told you about what happened on Senadina's planet, you said it sounds like abundance. No. It's the curse of firmament. So it looks like that not only Aeon of Abundance is associated with the bad versions of immortality, but it is specifically said that it was a calamitous dragon that casted his dragon scale on the planet, and the planet became immortal.
永遠の次元に引きずり込まれた世界の中では、幸福を守るための代価もおのずと耐え難いものになった。やがて愛と善意の手を差し伸べることもかなわず、正義が蹂躙され、善意が奪われ、断りが覆される。そしてそのわずかな光も少しずつ消えていく。
Oh fuck, I just realized something. If Litos and Senadina are from the same planet that was cursed by immortality, it explains why he was so obsessed about dying at the start of part 2. Why we saw memories of him as a Shu, tormented by existence, and why he wanted to die so much. Imagine that he had to take part in those endless, hopeless wars on his planet, and he witnessed everything. The corruption of humankind to the core. That would destroy a person. even though he tried to live a normal life on Mars for a while, when the civilization on Mars also faced destruction, and then the Shu appeared, trying to save what they can, he was the one who was like, I will sacrifice myself. I am done. I am done with life. Kill me. I want to die. So here, Litos is actually really similar to Blade. We didn't know before that Litos was from the same planet as Senadina. At least I don't remember it ever being said.
疫病の暗雲の代わりに塵が再び太陽を遮った。絶望と恐怖が幾度も戦が生まれる国を支配する。
And everything is destroyed.
正気。畑も果樹園も農場も焼かれたら飢えに苦しむ人が増えるだけでしょ。この町はみんなどうかしてるよ。牢に入れられた人だってもう外にいる人より多いじゃない。陛下もなすすべなしって感じだし。だったら頼れるのは自分だけ。理屈が通じないなら拳で分からせてやる。明日も未来も希望に満ちた言葉じゃなくなった。
よく聞きなさいルミ。今はたった一つのキャンディーでも貴重品なのよ。少なくとも逃げるためのエネルギーになるでしょ。
ママ、ママ、怒らないで。分かったから。もう誰にもあげたりしないから。
What is that thing behind? What's that? Looks like something either floating behind the city or etched in the ground.
明日と未来を語る人々が思い浮かべたのは今日よりも増す飢えと痛みだった。
Looks like a huge space sword.
それでも生きていくしかない。
Oh, we are now back on Mars. But also another tragedy is happening here.
お腹が空いた。疲れたし。
寝ても構わないよ、グラニー。ああ。
寒いよ、お兄ちゃん。
But the characters are from Lakwada, not from Mars. So it's a reused location.
うん。僕がやるから安心して。
As long as you go on living, the suffering will never end.
でも、生きている限り、苦しみは終わらない。
何をためらってるんだ。さっき収まったばかりの争いの火種になったのは俺だぞ。娘は死んだ。ちっぽけな争いのせいでな。これが不死を得た者の末路か。きっかけはどうあれ、クレナはいい子だった。物言いはきついが本当に優しい子だったんだ。大事な果樹園があんな無残な姿になったら辛くてたまらないだろう。行方不明になったクレナを見つけた時、あの子は木に刺し貫かれ痛みで泣いていた。燃え盛る炎のせいで昼間のように明るい夜だった。どうやって寝ろと言うんだ。 昔は俺が泣き疲れて眠るクレナに布団をかけ直してやっていたのに、あの時は炎に飛び込むことすらできなかった。あの子のためにマントをかけてやることすらできない。ならばこの老いぼれに残された選択肢は、炎をより激しくし、娘の苦痛を少しでも早く終わらせることだけだ。
This is so fucked up!
動機がどうであろうと、お前は極刑となる。
ああ、そうだ。死刑がお似合いだろう。しかしこの俺と違って剣を持ち分不相応な務めを担う騎士殿は、
ただ処刑される罪人にも誉れある最後を迎える権利があると思っただけだ。
甘い。俺は知ってるんだ。まともな死に方はとっくに不死の呪いに奪われてるってな。死刑だなんて言っても虐殺みたいなもんだろ。俺も娘の仇を同じ手口で殺してる。もう
やめてリトスト、そんなことはしなくていいの。あなたが守りたかったのは、それはあなたが背負うことじゃない。執行人には
姫様、来てくださったんですね。合わせる顔などありませんが、お会いできて光栄です。このギルバート、背負った大罪を悔いてはおりません。だが姫様を罪人の血で怪我したりはしませんぞ。
いや、私の責務だ。人の手を借りるつもりはない。姫様、お下がりください。
ここから離れたいのか？連れて行ってやってもいいが。
もうやめて。お父様、戦争にも刑罰にも意味はない。
Our people were forced to become soldiers, and our soldiers were forced to become more brutal than their opponent, just so we stand on their mangled bodies and steal a moment's free. Only in despair can we tell humans from beasts, yet this kingdom forced our people to become demons. Those who stood with us today may stand against us tomorrow. There were countless reasons to start wars, seizing resources, defending homes, venting hatred. But people gained nothing from these conflicts growing ever more violent. Stomachs could never be filled, spirits could never be satisfied.
国も民も限界だ。
After a brief silence, the king said so. Yes, the resources left on this planet could no longer sustain its population. War, then, was inevitable. War consumed resources far faster than it consumed people, and so the world of humans became hell. We tried to build a new order, but peaceful means could not put out the raging flames of war, and we could only be swept along. Even if we resorted to violence to reduce the population, the fundamental gap between supply and demand could never be closed. The victors could enjoy a brief abundance, but new shortages would still emerge, and this fragile balance would soon collapse.
セナ、私ではこの国を救えなかった。
The meteorite dragon scale melted into the Earth's heart, giving birth to an eternal spine and transforming Lakwada into a snowy mountain ready to collapse. When the first bear stone wrapped in snow rolled down the steep snowy peak, everything was already over.
私たちが不死を得たその瞬間に ラカダは永遠の死を迎えたのだ。
All we can do is accept it.
我々は終わりが見えない命の中で希望のない明日へと向かいながら全てを受け入れることを学ぶだろう。
いや、こんなの私が望んでた国じゃない。みんなのために作りたかったのは土すら存在しない表現なんかじゃない。私は王国の象徴であり、人々の願いの具現でもある。でも彼らはたとえ自分が泥まみれになってでも私を汚そうとしない。流れ星が訪れる前はみんなも心にある美しい願いを惜しみなく私に与えてくれた。優しさと愛情を注ぐことで喜びを感じ、なのに今はその美しい願いを持ち続けることで彼らの願いをもう一度芽吹かせて茂らせるには良心と道徳を育むための土壌が必要なの。私はそうすれば規則を守ることで良心を痛めずに済む。キャンディーを分け合うことで後悔しないで済むの。それに代償を恐れずにそんな国を作ることで私は
私がもし天寿を全うする身で病床に横たわりお前に手を握られながら喜ばしい答えを聞けたらと、私は災いで苦しむ民の心の拠り所になっているお前がいつか身に余る期待に飲み込まれるのではないかと恐れていた。あの皮肉なことに時々こう考えてしまうのだ。災難の流れ星に目を奪われたからこそ人々はいつまでもお前を愛し続けてくれたのかもしれないと。今となっては些細なことだが不死に逆らうため友と一緒にラカダを離れ星の海へと旅立つ計画を立てているそうだな。ならば行くがいい。ラカダの地からはるか遠くまで行けば行くほどその身に宿す不朽の力は弱まっていくはずだ。しかしその前に私の娘はきっとどこかで平凡な星を見つけ美しい願いを宿せる国を築くだろう。無産の箱が示した未来の中でこの道だけが完全に否定されていなかったのだ。この目で見てみたいものだ。
Incalculable box? I think that is the same artifact that we were playing with at the start of this entire part 2. And also that later we learned that Yoyun received from Tsunadina. I wonder what that box was doing in Laquadar. Like, they said that it revealed future to them. But was it like an artifact native to their planet, or they received it from someone else also?
人はきっと生と死の本質を生涯をかけて考え続け、死へと向かう旅の中でその意味を探す。
Keep going.
お父様は一緒に行ってくれないの？
ああ、ここは私の国だからな。私には死んだ星を救うという義務がある。そんな顔をするな。お前の国はここではない。振り向かなくていいんだ。これから生まれるお前の星。愛しい娘よ。セナディアの名は信仰の光を意味する。己の光をたどって自由に生きなさい。永遠にお前を愛しているよ。
I shall engrave the vision entrusted to me on my heart. I shall bid farewell to the fate I have exiled. I shall part forever from the home planet I hold so dear.
あるいは前へと進むための美しい願いを求めて。
セナディア、迎えに来たぞ。うん。君だけなのか？
わからない。みんなに覚悟を決めた人はここに集まってって言ったけど。
ごきげんよう、姫様。陛下に代わってお見送りに参りました。代わりと言ってはなんですが、陛下からのプレゼントをお持ちしました。この星屑キューブたちにはラカダの技術が保存されています。過去を再現したり、現在を記録したり、未来を描き出すことができるのです。ですがお気をつけくださいね。中には頭にぶつかったら涙目になって1週間も単コブが残る恐ろしいキューブがあるかもしれませんから。
Wait, is she talking about the yo-yo?
大人になった後で返すか。やっぱり私大好きだよ、エレーニ。姫様に託す未来への宝物はこの中に置けばいいですか？
僕の音楽、後世の文明の礎になれるかな。そんな立派なものじゃないけど、ただ何かを残したいし、残せる何かが欲しいよね。
手元に置いていてもいずれ壊されてしまうから、ならいっそのこと姫様が空まで運んでいってくれませんか？
姫様の星のために今はちっぽけなことしかしてやれないが、100年後や1000年後の人たちから見ればきっと大したことになっているだろうさ。
みんな、
ここだけの話、物を入れた瞬間だけ昔みたいなただの人に戻れた気分になったよ。
私もですよ。辛い時にこの瞬間を思い出せばあと20年くらいはやっていけそうです。それに姫様が泣くのを見たくないんです。リトスト様がいらっしゃいました。みんなで相談した結果、リトスト様を含む22名が姫様の旅にお供することになりましたよ。
22. So 24?
この前誘った時は断られちゃったのに。まさか陛下が何か言ったのかな。まあいいや、来たからには連れてっちゃおう。
セナディア、準備はいいか？もうすぐ出発の時間だ。
旅の仲間が22人、そしてナナと私を加えれば24人のチームだよ。それじゃあエレーニ、そろそろ行くね。姫様、道中お気をつけください。エレーニ、言い残してることがあるんじゃない？早くしないと間に合わないよ。申し訳ありません、姫様。幸運の四つ葉は見つけられませんでした。信念を象徴する双葉をお渡ししたかったんですが、やはり手元に置いておくことにしました。これさえあれば星空を見上げた時に
姫様はどこかで幸せに暮らしていると、この世界の物質とエネルギーには保存の法則があります。一つの星が消えれば、もう一つの星が輝くはずです。苦難の流れ星が落ちても希望の星が昇るでしょう。それは死ぬラカダが星々に返す神聖であり、文明が輝いた証でもあります。私たちの不死が永遠の時を超え、この身を構成するすべてが宇宙の中で原初に戻った時に、姫様の国で再会いたしましょう。
Let us be a ship and raise our sails towards the sun. Faraway clouds spread their wings and ring the chimes made of rain. Across the endless sky we tread tirelessly.
眉は鏡。本当の姿を映し出し、私の一番誠実な答えを待っている。そしてこれが、割れた鏡をつなぎ合わせて作った過去の私の影。故郷から遠く離れた姫、そして人々を導き、星々で希望を探し求める旅人。まただ。まだ答えが完璧じゃなかったの？
Oi oi. Another failure.
次に見えたのは今の自分。
Oh, it's the picture! The picture you wanted! Guest, look! The picture is here! Let us be a dandelion and fly along the galaxy to where we belong. This is Senadina embracing Mars, becoming Mars goddess. The newborn wind waves its arms and embraces the tender dawn. Beneath the rising sky, we heard the stars.
考えてみれば、太陽系に来て惑星を見つけたのは運命みたいな偶然だね。
Wait.
危ないのに銀河を囲んでた暗礁の一角を壊してくれたのはナナだった。私が惑星を選んだのも一目惚れみたいなもの。それは22人の仲間たちの製図。彼らはナナと一緒にフォードの民から神様の偉大な仲間と呼ばれている。ただある者は新文明の産声を聞く前に犠牲になり、ある者はフォード作りの暗い夜に消えていった。でも彼らの意志と力は惑星に溶け込み、風や恵みの雨となってこの星を育んだ。そしてついに神様の偉大な仲間はナナとリトストだけになった。住民はみんなのことを想像してたよ。神様である私と大して変わらなかったけどね。祈りを捧げてきた相手の正体を知ったらどんな顔をするのかな。ナナは平和の象徴として祈りを捧げられてたって知ったとき驚いてたね。リトストは騎手に戻って仕事に精を出して楽しんでるはず。フォードの技術はほぼ星屑キューブに保存されたラカダの科学だけど、結構様になってきたと思わない？うん。知り尽くしてるけど、こうして見ると本当に大きな町だよね。あのガジュマルブロッサムはフォードの位置を決めた時に植えたもの。いつの間にか願いを見守る存在の一つになってた。あれ？謎だね。いつの間にか綺麗な苗木が植えられてる。
There's a lot of pink trees. Also, you are late! I was showing you the picture. Now you have to open the VOD and look for it yourself. Because I couldn't wait for you. I didn't know when you would come back. I had to skip. But there was a picture with Senadina embracing Mars and you weren't here to see. Well, at least because you were tagged, you will find it on the VOD easily.
しっかり根を張ってるし、順調に育っているね。よかった、元気で。でも、確かレイラと一緒に苗木を植えるっていう約束は記念品展示会後の日付だったよね。もし本当に時間があっという間に過ぎていったら、レイラも徹夜して図面を描かずに済むよね。夜中まで机の前で作業してるあの子を見るたび、その次の日にでも展示会を開催したくなるの。よくできたデザイン画も立派な記念品だし、とにかくまるで最初からここに植えられる運命だったみたいに、立派に育ってるこの苗木はきっと偽りなんかじゃない。まだ今から先には進めていないけど、目の前の少し先の未来は前よりも成果を出せた証。このまま進んでいけば本当に奇跡を起こせるかもしれない。
Is she traveling through time every time she's trying to embrace finality? And then is spitted out back in some weird future timeline?
やっと目的地に着いたみたいだね。 くのお散歩もこれで終わりかな。
I mean, time in the Honkai Impact Bird really is relative depending on what is happening. The Kakuna finality is in a completely different dimension, which doesn't really follow regular timeline anyway. It doesn't have to be finality to be wacky. Nihility also doesn't follow the regular flow of time. Actually, no Ian follows the regular flow of time, if you ask me. Path space doesn't even have time. Time doesn't exist in path space.
なんだか申し訳なくなっちゃう。神様なのにこうやってホードをゆっくり歩いて過去を思い返したり、時間と空間を超えた眉が支配する世界でなら少しだけわがままになっても許されるよね。
Ah, so she's saying this entire thing is an illusion created by Cocoon. Okay. Beyond time and space sounds very much like path space. Though there is a lot of the stuff that exists beyond time and space, to be honest. Not only path space. I know it exists in part 2, but we can't really try to forcefully try to insert the eons and finality into everything. We need to have a proper evidence. We need to go at it carefully so we could understand the story properly. We can't just go what if without any solid evidence, any solid stuff to follow. The only going based on names is never good. How to explain this? Vague similarities are also not something we can rely on because a lot of stuff in Hoyoverse is working on similar principles that we can keep comparing forever. And those are usually different things, even when they operate on similar bases. So we can't really rely on that at all. That's why I am saying not everything that is related to time and space is necessarily related to Eon of Finality, you know? Not everything related to time and space is related to Eon of Finality. Like, for example, in Amphorius, everything related to time was not related to finality, it was related to Eon fully, the remembrance. Resetting time was literally fully resetting the time through that little blade that Finan was going around with. So we can't really rely on similarities like superficial, oh, it looks the same as this, because we can find like tons of stuff that looks similar like this. I don't buy Shaoji is the one who oversees both games, therefore everything that looks similar is the same. No, I don't buy that logic. Because this logic is literally why in, for example, Genshin Impact, everyone when they see a blonde person, they say, oh, this is Traveler in the future, in the past, in the present, in different timeline, parallel universe. It is so annoying, just saying. Not everything that looks similar and behaves the same is the thing that you're thinking about. You have to sit down and think about it very carefully. And Shaoji isn't really that good with connecting stuff, to be honest. There's a lot of retconning and weird stuff that emerge because the retcons create new stuff and then lore becomes contradictory and stuff become nonsensical and then you have to somehow fix it and blah. It's not easy with universe this large. There's a lot of stuff that don't make sense at all.
そんなことより時間の上に漂っている声を聞いてみよう。神様のルーチンワークなんだから、こんな時でもやるべきことはやらないと。声が響き、私に語りかけてくる。今の私たちがどんな街を作り上げたのか。ラカダの火種がまだ幼くて純真で優しい早く大人になりたい。セナディアは私が神様になることを望んでないけど、彼女の力になりたいの。だってセナディアの笑顔を見るのが好き。真面目で頑張り屋で勇敢でまっすぐ。
植物科の学生です。僕の夢は一瞬で大きくなる酸素浄化供給植物を開発することです。そうすれば町の外へと赴く報道の人々はどんな苛烈な環境にも負けずに済みますから。研修医です。今は3日間ぐらい爆睡したいです。この前夜勤で重傷の子猫を3匹も見つけて一人で助けたんですよ。
正直で愛に満ちている。私が育てたい美しい願いはこの報道の大地で。
悔いのない人生じゃった。唯一の願いは次にばあさんと一緒に来るとき。
息子の絵を見ました。あの子が一生懸命描いたのに、私には良し悪しが分からず、褒めたつもりが逆に落ち込ませてしまいました。どうかあの子に分かり合える話し相手ができますように。
In Elysian, probably his best work, he did that very well. I still remember reading the lore of Flame Chasers and had a brain fart realizing, oh, this character connects to that character because of that event. Don't let him write dialogue though. Yeah, but that's like a small sample. It's not like the entire multiverse. That's why creating multiverses is so hard, because the more stories you have to deal with, the easier it is to create plot holes and stuff that don't make sense. And I saw people complaining about part 1 too, that the story doesn't always make sense, that there were multiple retcons, that some retcons created even more issues for the previous known information and stuff, you know? That's why I'm saying you have to be careful when engaging with lore, because to think about it correctly, you have to really think through everything, and relying on similarities that may be superficial and you don't have, like, for example, proof that they're related to this or that, it can easily drive you into corners where you will start thinking about stuff incorrectly and you come to completely different conclusions than you should. Like, for example, with Amphorius, the fact that Flame Reaver were never allowed to say a full sentence was the reason why it was hard to figure out what he was referring to and what he was actually doing. Because sometimes it felt like he was trying to stop the flame chase, while other times he was saying that the flame chase can't end, so it didn't make sense until we finally got the entire context, who he is and what he was trying to do, and then finally his chopped off sentences started making sense. So context is very important. You really need to find the context in which this certain thing is rooted and think about it. Is this context possibly related to that or that thing, or it wouldn't work logically within the lore that we currently know? And of course, the authors of the games can still create different possibilities, because the lore that we know now doesn't necessarily encompass everything that the game is about. So the authors can be like, hey, actually this thing, and they give context, and suddenly the thing that we thought we understood changes context and changes properties, because they gave us more information about that thing, and it suddenly changed stuff, and now we think that this or that thing may actually be possible. That's true, but the fact is Shaoji has worked my view. It's okay, everything connected to everything is written, so I really can't help it myself. Sucks at writing dialogue though. I don't want to scare you, but in the parts of the fandom I am in, people don't really have high praises for Shaoji writing, because even if he can connect some stuff properly, he creates even more issues later on. Because he doesn't definitely think of every possibility and doesn't always properly think about the implications of the connections he's making. So the people who are in the fandom and are really deeply into a certain thing, that read all the readables, made interpretations, theories, everything, it's really easy for them to notice when something was not taken into consideration when the connections were being made, which then creates problems. Like, for example, Amphorius is a storytelling mess. Nothing makes sense. Even though at the end of the day you think the story makes sense, when you start digging into the story, it really is full of contradictions and stuff that don't make sense. Even though the overall story is like, hey, there is a time loop, look, now everything makes sense, because this, that, doesn't. No! If you look at everything else, it falls apart. The time loop is fine. It doesn't fall apart, but everything else related to the time loop falls apart. Why Castrum Kremnos is bullshit? Its timeline doesn't make sense. Mighty's timeline doesn't make sense. Everything Mighty says contradicts itself. When you listen to him, then are shown his life, and then also read the readables, it suddenly turns out that there's like 2 different timelines for him that he is talking about constantly and doesn't even notice that they contradict each other. Though it was not Shaoji writing at that point. Shaoji was later. writing, and everyone was pissed during Amphoris because everything became about Elysia this, Elysia that. Everyone was pissed. Because Shoji is only about Elysia, Elysia this, Elysia that. Everyone was pissed that Cyrene didn't get proper individual approach. That she was basically copy-paste Elysia. Nobody liked that. I didn't like that. I still grieve what Cyrene could be if Shoji wasn't obsessed about Elysia. There were so many better possibilities to deal with her. Instead of making her into one-to-one copy of Elysia, slapping a name Cyrene on her and trying to sell her as the new Elysia version. Oh look, this is your new wife. Look, you can even put a ring on her. You are married. Fuck you. I'm telling fuck you to Shaoji, not to you. Yeah, I can't argue with Amphoris. That one more epic than the details. Yeah, Amphoris also suffers from the fact that because everything had to be about the flame chase and the overarching story of Iron Tomb, some characters got the shorter end of the stick, like Seridra and High Sealance. Their entire patch was not even about them. I mean, it was a bit about them, but only in that specific moment that was necessary for the overarching plot. But we never got background for Seridra, how she became the Imperator, about High Sealance stuff. We got some like flashbacks to High Sealance, but it was not enough. It felt like they kind of dropped the ball on everything Seridra and High Sealance were involved with. Everything about Seridra being an Imperator, how she was literally kidnapped as a child and groomed to be an Imperator, was in her character story and was never touched in the storyline at all. Yeah, they were so wasted. Also, the entire 3.5 update was also annoying because Trailblazer got yeeted into another space and then suddenly 1000 years passed. We didn't even see anything. We only got like short flashbacks of what was happening when we were not there. When they could have made it like they could have switched POV to Cyrene, and we could have saw Cyrene interacting with everyone, actually getting back some of those relationships that she should have with the other flame chasers. But as of now, it looks like the only Cyrene that ever had any real relationships with other flame chasers was the Cyrene from the original cycle. At 33 million repeats, she never interacted with them ever again until 3.5, and they skipped the entire 3.5. The only moment when she could get back those connections with those people. So now, at the very end, you can't even feel sad about Cyrene sacrificing herself to save Amphoris because the only person she has actual relationship with is you. But it feels cheap when she sacrifices herself for the world that she has no connections whatsoever anymore. That people don't even miss her. Don't even remember her properly. So this is why people were mad at Shoji, because Shoji dropped the ball on Cyrene completely. They also didn't explain how can Final reset timeline, then enter a new timeline, and then kill Cyrene at the start of the timeline. So what? She exists from the start for thousands of years? Because before we were told that she was growing up with Finan, so I was kind of assuming that she was born around the same time as Finan in every recurrence, and that they were growing together, and then she suddenly stopped growing. But now it feels like she is always there, as if she was born at the start of the timeline, and then Finan enters the timeline in Aridis Elysia and kills her. But then it doesn't make sense because in the timeline we entered Amphoris in, Cyrene was killed when Finan was alive. So it was not at the start of the timeline. It was like closer to the end of the timeline. So it doesn't make sense. Yeah, he does. They also need someone, like entire team of people that delves into the lore and interprets the lore like a scholar would, like literally literature scholar would, and tells them, no, you can't write it this way because you will break this, 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 and this when you do that. Like, for example, Cyrene would already have a better future if she wasn't killed at the start, supposedly, of the timelines, but at the end of the timelines. So she could interact with the flame chasers, could go through the flame chase journey, and then be killed at the very end to reset the time. Meanwhile, she's killed supposedly at the start of the timeline, but not always, because sometimes she's killed when Finan is still a child, which is by the end of the timeline. And then she's carried around in a fucking blade by Flame Reaver Finan, who, I don't know, she's in the blade and she's recording everything. What is happening? And she sees murder all the time. He had one, but now he's in the ZZZ writing team. How do you know that? Anyway. I have so many grievances with Amphoria's story because it's so nonsensical in some places. Like, at this point, to fix this entire timeline fiasco, you would have to say, actually, Adis Elysiae doesn't exist in a regular place on Amphoris. It's actually somewhere where time doesn't pass as you think it does, so we can actually kill Cyrene at the start of the timeline and when Finan is still alive, because Finan and Cyrene and their entire village exist outside of timeline. But nobody will say that. At this point, I don't even know how many Adis Elysiae in the storyline exists. Because there's like Adis Elysiae that Finan was growing up in with Cyrene. There's Adis Elysiae created by Lygus. There's supposedly Adis Elysiae created by Light Cone. And there is also Adis Elysiae when you enter the tomb of the Titan. When you know, at the end of 3.6, there's a tomb. We gathered every core flame and we opened that valve at the end of at the wall and we enter through it, and then we are again in Adis Elysiae. So how many Adis Elysiae is there? 4? And I think he now leads the ZZZ writing team. They didn't explicitly said it, but they implied it. Who? Shaoji or that guy that was doing the storyboard? Screenwriter.
これはラカダの続きじゃない。でも間違いなく私たちの死した故郷の文明を引き継いでいるの。私にとってそれこそが生の答えで、ここが私の国。私が見守り導く存在、私の生きる意味。最初から今に対する答えは私の心にあった。
It's no longer green, now it's a flower. What I wanted to say, I think that we kind of misunderstood what was happening on the screen before. I don't think that Senadina was traveling through time. I think that the cocoon of finality is showing her like illusions of reality, meaning it showed her the past, the present, and a bit of a future? Okay, bite. Okay, so petroleum only appears where something is green. Well, look, there is one green thing on the screen right now. You can stay. You can keep it alive.
不完全な権能を持ち、報道の安寧を支える半人前の落星の神。そして、この新たな文明を愛し、未来へと導きたいと切望するセナディアでもある。
Oh?
どうしてまた
Something cracked again. I guess the cocoon of finality doesn't really like Senadina.
前回と前々回の原因不明の失敗ならともかく。待って。そもそも失敗って言えるのかな？最後に形作られた投影が急に消えて、さすがにちょっと前向きすぎるかな。どっちにしても今回は本当に手詰まりだね。
I'm a hopeless Shoji fanboy. And I am not. I have so many grievances. I will never forgive him, Sairini fiasco. Sairini, my poor Sairini, you could have been treated so much better, but no! An obsessed man had to write you. Attempt to make contact.
やっぱりこうなるんだ。
What just happened? Oh! Is that Vita? Why did Vita just fall from the sky?
ごめんなさい。わざとじゃないの。大丈夫？
Maybe we'll finally learn who created the supercomputer on Mars.
まさかここに誰かが来るだなんて思わなかったよ。わかった。僕に心から謝罪するチャンスをあげる。とりあえず自己紹介させて。僕はビタ。プルシャから来たんだ。プルシャのビタって呼んで。
プルシャ。それってあなたの星の名前？あ、私はセナディアっていうの。落星人だよ。
Run away!
落星のセナって呼んでね。
Run away when you can!
ここは散歩するような場所じゃないよ。見てごらん。あそこに深淵があるだろう。
Look, they also use the abyss very loosely. And then, of course, people in Genshin who played this game will be like, they said abyss. That connects Genshin Impact to this place. No, not really. Abyss is literally everything and nothing in every piece of media. The depths of the ocean are the abyss. The depths of space are the abyss. Inside the black hole is abyss. Everything is abyss.
気をつけて。あれは太陽系で一番の小心者なんだ。見えない視線でみんなを縛り付けて、気に入らないやつを吸い込むから。
深淵を覗くとき、彼らもまたこちらを覗いているか。でもそうだね。実際に来てみないと、星々の中で一番憧れるような静かな場所にこんなに厳しい監査官がいるだなんて想像すらできないよ。
And actually in this game there was a picture shown before that was showing Kiana in her finality form, Senadina in her goddess form, and Vita in this form that we are seeing on the screen now, which kind of looked like the picture was trying to imply that all three of them are some kind of god for their respective planet. No, that was a different picture. The picture I pinged you for was Senadina embracing Mars in her giant form. She hid it quickly, but Nadina still caught the flicker of shock and revulsion that crossed her face in that instant. Of course, that emotion wasn't directed at her.
私、何か変なことを言ったかな？
そうだね。もし優等生の君があの監査官の手の届かない場所へと僕を逃がしてくれて、いくつもの星を見比べて住み心地のリサーチを終えた後でなら、僕も君の意見に両手を挙げて賛成できるんだけどね。
ごめん。ちょっと意外だなって思っただけなの。あなたって慎重で用心深いのに結構素直なんだね。
は？
本当に可愛い子なんだ。私の気持ちがわからないときはそっと話題だけを切り出して。
Is she comparing Vita to Layla as a child?
そういえば私に何か聞きたいこととかある？そうだな。もし急いでいないなら私の話を聞いてくれる？
構わないよ。どうせここで誰かと話をしても意味がないって。
昔々長い間危険だらけの永久凍土の海を漂流し続けてきたタンポポの旅人たちは心が温まるような光を眺めながら、彼らは故郷を復興させるという。しかし全速力で進んだ彼らは海岸沿いの暗礁にぶつかってしまいました。船首にあった金色の竜の像が身を挺して越えられない壁に一瞬だけ隙間を作ってくれたのですが、竜の像がまとった金箔のほとんどが剥がれてしまい、柔らかな砂地に座礁した船も壊れ、旅人たちが行き着いたのは静かで美しい島でした。危険な嵐と寒波は海の外、島を囲む岩礁によって阻まれていたのです。人見て、あそこ、火の光だ。リーダーである旅人はそう言いながら一行を導いて洞窟の一つに入りました。彼らは燃え盛る炎の前で濡れた服を乾かすと温めた食料を口にしました。そして再び元気を取り戻します。旅人の一人が落ちていた小さな枝を拾い、洞窟の壁に焚き火と食べ物を書くとこう言いました。それを見たもう一人の旅人も枝を手に取り、小さな王冠と本を書きます。そうして次の人、また次の人へと枝を渡します。洞窟の中は賑やかで温かな雰囲気に包まれます。炎の揺らめきも彼らの心と共鳴し始めました。重みを帯びた火の粉はリーダーの手のひらへと静かに舞い降り、旅人らは自分たちから生まれたその命をたたえ、ここに根を張り、しかしできた苗床はすぐに壊されてしまいます。謎の破壊者は花が咲く季節にだけ姿を現し、剥がれ病や洞窟を壊す土砂崩れをもたらしました。それでも繰り返される災難の中で生き延びることができた者たちは、生き残った旅人たちは苗床の守護神となり、花畑と新たな命の根を守り続けました。多くの命が散り、多くの命が新たに芽吹く中、リーダーはついにこの島特有の自然の摂理に気づきました。やがてもがき苦しむ長い夜も終わり、試練を乗り越えた彼女は不完全な権能を手に入れます。涙が溢れるほど感動した朝日。彼らは 自分たちが作り上げた故郷がその未来へと進んでいく姿を見届けられますようにと。そして不完全な権能のおかげで彼女は今ここを訪れる資格を得たのです。あと一歩のところまで来ているのに彼女は未だに答えを出せていないの。
外からの来客が壁を越えたということは逆にここを出られる可能性も。
おいおいおいおいおいおいおいおい Vita is going to travel into Honkai Star right now.
まあいいや。たとえ生まれが違っていたとしても結局は同じ最後をたどる。こういった物語の本質は大体一緒だよね。それで方向を見失いそうな未決の眉、君はどうするつもりだい？
方法ならもう見つけたよ。さっき言ってたあなたにそっくりな可愛い女の子のことを覚えて、同時に彼女は私の一番大切な人なんだ。
なるほど。君に触れられて殻を破ったひな鳥のことだね。姿まで脆い人間の真似をした。
今の言葉取り消して。
She called Layla defective product. Now Senarina is angry, mad.
怒らないでよ。君が失敗したら彼女は押し付けられた重荷を一人で背負うことになるんだろう。できないと断る余地すら。彼女は君に選ばれたせいで君にもできないことを成し遂げなければならない。
それは違うよ。私が選んだのはレイラじゃない。私や彼女みたいな不完全な全ての人間なの。時間さえあれば人はきっと神様にできないことさえ成し遂げる。
Oh, again, the same concept. Humans overcoming gods.
そしてレイラは惑星の未来を見届ける者としていつかあなたに証明するの。
僕と賭けをするつもり？
うん。でもね、正直不安なんだ。
Just like that somewhat sorrowful dream. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Once people awake, they can move forward again. Unfortunately, reality evidently lacked the failsafe that is waking up.
だから少し勝手なお願いをしてもいいかな。もしそんな日が来たら私の創造者になってほしいの。
This time, the woman who called herself a Purushan did not bother to hide her surprise. An intrigued smile soon spread across her face. Will we finally be told how the supercomputer en masse was created or not? Sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, because Hoyo loves that type of storytelling where humanity stands against gods and wins against godhood and shows the power of humanity, whatever.
それはまた随分と。
Huh? What is happening?
あれ、誰かと話して賭けをしたような気が。
What is that thing behind her? Ah, no, it's a special effect from the cartoon, I think. She blinked hard, but could recall only a vague silhouette and snippets of their talk.
そっか。意味がないってこういうことだったんだね。ここは時間と空間を超えた次元だから、眉に認められていない人は記憶も認知も何一つ持ち出せないんだ。今まで私と話していた人も遠い空の水底に映った投影に過ぎない。私たちはきっと最初から同じ場所にいなかったんだ。
Thanks, Nadina, for explaining. No matter what one hears or sees, one cannot take away anything that transcends their own dimension. In a way, this is very fair.
法要を果たし終焉を超えられた本当の神様にならできるのかな。聞き取れないささやきで眉がうっすらと呼んでいた。終焉の律者みたいに。
That's Kiana in the future.
もしそんな人がいたら会ってみたいな。さて、ここからは一人で何とかしなくちゃ。今度は慎重に行くよ。絶対に逃がさない。
コラリー、どうか。
この声はナナ。
先代との盟約のもと、万物の断りをその身に。これより神座を授けん。
リトスト。嘘。二人があんなことを話してた記憶は。捕まえた。ダメ、まだもう少し。
Oh no.
これは
不本意ではあったが、かつて私は大罪を犯した。
苦しみをなくせない。
このビタが一生懸命
期限に帰り、夜明けが訪れる。
私は神の騎士に。
猜疑はなく、
私と不忠の契約を結べ。どうか孤独なあの子に手を差し伸べ。
こんにちは、歴史の改変者さん。
全部私のせい。神なんかにならなければよかったのに。
セナって誰？
どうして覚えてないの？彼女は赤い髪と。起きたみたい。過去と現在、そしてついに私は未来も見るの？
Yes, you do! Careless words stirred up violent waves upon the calm lake. Amidst the turbulence, she suddenly realized what awaited her beyond the storm ahead. Yay! Kakuna finality, or the dimension in which the Kakuna is showing Senadina the future! The future that we already did in previous chapters! Lol. It's not time travel, more like, hey, you listen to this echo that comes from the future. It's okay, nothing special. It seemed that the silent presence had responded to her wish for the first and last time, sending the echoes of the would-be four-leaf clover's leaf to the distant dawn of tomorrow. Why? This is so fine and coded.
そして不安の波が暗礁にぶつかっては砕け、
キャナ！
明るい光がそこから湧き上がり、潮のバラとして咲き出す。
よし、キャナ！
はーい。
They met! We already saw this picture before.
こんにちは。終焉の律者。
Kiana is really the chosen one. Quest complete. The night which the light dreams of. Okay, it looks like it's not the end of the quest. Or maybe... No, it looks like we finished the quest line. Why are you ending at this moment? That's so rude! Oh, this picture was shown before. Of 3 goddesses or something. Ah, behind them there's a cocoon of finality. I didn't notice it before, actually. Okay, we didn't get any new pictures though. Looks like we talked a lot, but we actually did the story very quickly. Despite our talks about the lore and my grievances with the storyline of Ampharius. There's Bronya here, and May. Answer of Despair unlocks on 14 May. Tomorrow? That's not cool! How dare you do this to me, game? The next quest unlocks tomorrow. How dare you? Fuck this. If I knew, I would protest that I didn't have free day tomorrow because my schedule at work changed. My schedule before had a Thursday as a free day instead of today. And I would, if I knew this will happen, I would have protested because then we could have done both quests tomorrow. Project Sea of Data. Thesis Crisis. Huh. What are the new supplies? Equipment supply, supply A. Supply B. Aha. Cause you are on the banner. And I am too poor. Oh, Sparkle is on even supply. And she is using the same weapon as Senadina. I have so many of those. Maybe I should start using them. Wait, who did I get? I skipped. Ah, I got the new character. Go Shinsmo Memento. I don't think I have her actually. So I skipped it accidentally. Well, at least it was worth it. Quantum iron. Wait. I just got a second of you, didn't I? So it was not new. I just got the second copy. Okay, I guess. Or I got a copy that elevated her to S rank, because before I had A rank or something. I didn't notice. Anyway, never mind. Obtain Gushinso Memento. But I already had her because she's level 50. I don't get it. Anyway. This will be the time to finish this stream. I need to eat. And I need to leave. At least we did finish the storyline, which was the goal of today's stream. The goal of today's stream was to finish the story, and I did it! We can congratulate each other. Okay, let's see who I can raid. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, I hope that you enjoyed the stream and enjoyed the story, enjoyed my discussions with guests about the storylines of Genshin Impact, Honkai Impact Bird, Honkai Star Rail, actually everything. I actually like discussions like this. They stimulate my brain. People often tell me, hey, but you sound like you're arguing. I'm not arguing. I am having a debate, intellectual debate. It's civilized debate between two people. It's not an argument. Anyway, thank you for dropping by. Thank you, Lazy, for your raid. And see you tomorrow it will be 2 p.m. for me, which is like European time +1 or +2 time zone. Even now, time zones turned into timelines because of Hoyo and their storylines. Always something. Timeline. Anyway, thank you for dropping by and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.